Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the NLC Second Division. We are here. It is playoffs time. I am Brackish Britt, joined by Luna, and we are here for our first series between Rich Gang and Garden Gaming. We're into the best ofs.
Oh, I did not catch the end of that.
We're into the best ofs.
Yes, we are, and it's going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting series, to say the least. Rich Gang, Titans of the league, finishing with 10 wins to their name. Rich Gang, a little bit lower down, had different struggling points throughout the season, but did look to have upward swings at different points as well. I'm excited to see how this plays out.
So, I mean, best ofs is the important part here. Like, yes, Rich Gang came out first seed, first versus fourth, up here in the upper bracket, of course. Loser won't be out. They're going to go and face, I believe it is Lazy in Life on Thursday or Friday. Friday, I believe, actually. So losing this series doesn't mean tragedy, but of course, keeping that lifeline accessible is definitely something both of these teams are going to want to do. What is it then? We're talking about Rich Gang being Titans. What made them so good? What made them so strong?
They can play the game very, very well. At a baseline level, right? They work together like a well-oiled machine. They're very skilled players, but when you put them in a macro situation where they have to work with each other, they have to work as a team, they show a mastery that's a level above anything else we've seen this split.
But also, and I'm going to harken back to something Max, Mr. L. Bloxer, said previously when we were sort of putting together thoughts about the playoffs teams, and that's, you've said that they play together like a well-oiled machine, but Bloxer also said that they are part of the Chaos Division.
Oh, yes.
Where they, alongside 42 and Fourth Wall, sort of thrive in chaotic situations, whereas other teams, like Garden Gaming, which we'll get to in a second, are more stock standard.
Do not get me wrong, the two are not mutually exclusive. You can still work like a well-oiled machine throughout chaos. And I think that, not throughout the team chaos, throughout the situation of chaos. However, the two are not mutually exclusive. You can do both. And when Rich Gang are faced with this chaotic scenario, I think they show a mastery of it that no other team does. They are still calm. They are still collected. They are still able to do exactly what they intend to do, even if the path to get there and the path after the fact may not be quite what you would expect.
Obviously, we're coming in expecting them to bring that exact same verve vibe to the playoffs. On the other side of the rift, though, underdogs, as they are stated in both seed and expectation, Garden Gaming. Is there anywhere in particular we should be looking today for an angle for them to potentially attack this Rich Gang squad?
It's hard to say. I think all of Rich Gang, as I say, all of Rich Gang's players are very good individually. I think if you are looking to attack them in any specific place, you're going to struggle. What you want to be able to do is overthrow them at a fundamental level. Outpace them in the early game, set the game to your own tempo, and make them work against what their own clocks are saying in order to throw them off their pace. If you can throw them off their pace, they're going to look a lot more disjointed, as any team would, outside of top tier level play. So I think, especially for game one, you want to see about trying to throw them off their tempo, trying to put yourself in a situation where you are commanding the game and judge their reaction based on that. If they still react fine to it, you can go back to the drawing board. But if they don't, you've found your avenue for the rest of the series.
I agree with you up to a point, but I do want to shout out, because there is one Garden Gaming player that I've certainly had my eye on, and I know Zathos, we were talking about him quite a bit over the weeks, and that's Uzol in the top lane. He is probably the strongest split push top laner, like carry top laner, I would say we have in the league right now. Like, he has, in a lot of situations, been able to have a team that are doing perfectly fine. They are like enabling, but he's kind of been the X factor, that this danger on the side lane that can TP into a fight, find a good flank angle. His signature Camille has always been terrifying. And on the other side, Rich Gang often leave Typical up on an island, which means that if Uzol is able to bring his top level performance, I think Typical might struggle to the point that they might actually need to assign Slice to help him out.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility. We'll see. I mean, split pushes are notoriously a bit of a difficulty to deal with, especially as the game goes later, right? You always have to be committing somebody to these sidelines, and if you do need everybody for a fight, you have to win it fast, you have to win it decisively, so that you don't lose too much on the side, or force the split pusher to join up with their team. It's never easy, but I think if there is any team that can deal with a split pushing style, it will be Rich Gang, because even if you have to commit Slice up to the top side for a little bit longer, it's not necessarily a problem. Slice, one of these bigger carry junglers that we've got in the league, arguably the best one that we've got in the league on that. So committing your carry jungler to your tank top laner who doesn't need resources to get themselves a lead, to then spread that to mid, to spread that to bot, and to just dominate the map isn't necessarily a bad thing, especially if you know that your mid and your bot lane can survive in isolation. If we look at the mid and bot lane in Kurosh, Mirai, and Kanska, you've got a solid set of trio in that bot side that can just hold their own while you just overload top lane.
I think that would be a very good way to shut down Garden Gaming, but Uzol as well is perfectly happy to play a less crazy early game. And of course, these split pushers, especially his Camille, scale up very well as well. Like, you get to a point in the game, you hit 3 items on the Camille, and there is not anybody in the world except an incredibly, like, specifically fed member on the enemy team that can really deal with her effectively.
Yeah, but it's all about slowing down the pace of that, right? If you can slow that down to a crawl, it's going to be a problem at 40 minutes instead of 35 or 25 or however long it takes to get
let's be
online.
real. If Rich Gang are doing it right, if they slow it down to 40, hopefully the game's just not going that long.
Exactly. You don't have to stop it. You just have to slow it down. Because the problem with a lot of these big scaling picks is they don't come online fast enough. And if you can shut them down once or twice in the early game as well, they come online even slower because they have to start sacking everything. They sack every second wave. They sack the XP. They sack the gold. They're sacking objective pressure. Slowly but surely, you start to run down. And especially if you get one of these split pushes up against you, you have to be prioritizing grubs as well. So you have to make sure that if your bot lane is stronger than your top lane, you switch them around ready for the grub fights. Because if you give those over to a split pusher, your towers don't exist. They disintegrate in seconds.
Especially with the meta being what it is currently, right? We've got AD carries everywhere. I saw there was a post on the Twitters by Freak that he's going to try and take AD carries out of every single role, which I certainly like. Hallelujah. Let's have some mages back. Speaking of mages, though, there's a very tricky mage that's actually joining us on the Rift this patch.
Certainly is. A little bit of a hop, skip, and a jump, says the bunny girl, as Aurora bounces onto the Rift. Hippity hopping her way into both mid lane and top lane. We'll see if she makes it through today. As one ban left.
We do. Not going to get banned in the first rotation. We know that she has been seen in some scrims. Obviously, she did get hotfix nerfed as well. But from what I've heard, these mid laners are both quite excited to give her a go. Rumble makes it through, and it's going to immediately be locked. Don't be fooled, though. Loki has played it in the jungle before, which has allowed Uzol. In fact, one of Uzol's best performances was this bait and switch of, oh, I'm going to play Rumble. Psych, here's Camille, get wrecked.
I mean, there's also the argument that it could be taken by Squidly or Ermin as well, right? This thing is pretty flexible. But so is that. And that is just the strongest support on the patch.
Nah, you can jungle it.
Get out.
I'm not going to stop. I know it.
The door is there. Go.
Actually, it's there. Oh, it is. Never mind. You're right. Nice. Good job. I'm not going to be surprised at all to see Corki locked in. That's kind of been the default we've seen Squidly play for a lot of the split. Does have the likes of Azir and whatnot in his wheelhouse also, but this definitely feels like Garden Gaming aren't throwing the playbook out of the window for this series, or at least not for game 1.
No, and I think that's a safe bet. The Rel a solid answer into the Leona. Not the standard that we've seen, not this Nautilus, but it's enough to give you the room to breathe. We'll see what the answer is on 3. I would like to see this rounded out with something maybe like an Ivern, as we've seen. Ivern Leona is very, very strong. Granted, Slice is the carry of this team, so it's not really a guarantee. If this gets locked in, however, you are setting such a slow... Okay, it's not. I'll say you are setting such a slow pace for the game that it won't benefit Rich Gang at all. This is a little more aggressive, it's a little happier to see, and it has the impact in team fights that you need from a carry player like Slice.
Yeah, it's not the fastest tempo jungler in existence, but obviously we know that AP junglers are incredibly popular at the moment, and I do want kind of your take here. Do you think that putting Rumble into the jungle here, into the Lilia, is actually a fine spot?
Dangerous. It's very dangerous. In fact, you're going to get outcleared. Invades are difficult. You kind of win them if you can deal with her like not spacing you properly, but it's Slice. He's likely going to be spacing you to perfection and dancing around you as no tomorrow, and you've got no real way of catching up to her unless you can land one of those Electro Harpoons. I would love to see this shifted down entirely, and we see Corki Rail bot lane and Rumble mid in this situation, because it opens up Loki to do something that we haven't seen yet.
Having a little bit of trouble with the drafting tool, but we are going to continue on from here. Production can let me know what's going on in a second. Okay, there we go. We've got at least the last band coming through. Jace will be taken away. Kurosh has definitely played a decent chunk of Jace and the Yone. We know that the AD mid laners are very popular right now. I'm not going to believe that until you lock that one in, Slice. Although, I mean, I suppose Kurosh could play it, but I feel like that's the sort of thing...
Wait, the Lily is locked in. The Lily is locked in.
Man.
It's Kurosh's Zed. Kurosh's Zed. Oh my lord.
Okay, then.
One of the original Zed players in the UK scene, by the way.
And it's into the Corki as well. He's going to have a rough time in the first 5 levels, but once level 6 comes through, I feel like unless you're spacing amazingly with the Valkyrie, you're going to have just a really sucky time.
Level 3. That is where this lane ends. Zed is very oppressive from that level 3 mark. You have access to the shadow. Sure, you can take poke from it, but you can also dodge away from it very effectively, and you don't need to be fighting the Corki in this lane. You need to get to level 6 unscathed, then get your backside back down to bot lane, and look to murder someone. It's Ezreal, it's a little bit harder. There's a role there as well. We'll see what's locked in for Uzol here, and if this Rumble is in fact going top lane. If it's not... Okay, you're looking at invading onto the Rumble.
Okay, so K'Sante, it is still one of the Uzol picks. It's not as hard carry as the Camille would have been, but it does mean that you've got a very solid front line in the forms of K'Sante Rel. It means that Rumble, of course, can index more heavily into damage than having to be this sort of off tank. And so, if Rich Gang disrespect in a choke point, then this could be very, very rough. It's typical. We'll round out the draft with the Renekton.
R5 Croc is something I'm not a big fan of, but here we are. It is good into Xante. It's the age-old matchup where you just bully him throughout lane, but you do inevitably get outscaled. My eyes this game are on Kurosh and Mirai. Can they get themselves to a point of strength? Because this Zeri, while it scales very, very well, so does the Ezreal. The Ezreal, while it is nerfed, is still very strong. And actually doesn't mind playing into these shorter ranged carries. This Zeri, especially, is going to make it very, very difficult to play fights if MKL can start landing these Mystic Shot Essence Flux combos consistently onto the backline members, because your front line this game, it's not the biggest. You've got a Leona, you've got a Renekton. The Lily is looking for a flank, so if you can get it past to hit this Zeri square in the face, or this Zed square in the face before you die, you have done your job impeccably.
The problem is that I see is that Rich Gang are outranged in a majority of the situations. Like Kurosh, unless you're just using Shadow for poke or really fishing for a dive opportunity by using the Shadow first, then you're going to get outpoked by a Corki. You already explained that Zeri, obviously, if you're taking Mystic Shots, you're going to struggle to find positions that you're comfortable to be stood firing consistently after dropping the Lightning Crash. And then on top of that, you've got Rel to hold down the fort. You've got K'Sante to take a particularly annoying diver out of the team, or of course to draw some unfortunate soul back in.
Yes, things get very, very dicey as we get into the late stages of this game, but even lanes can be very difficult. My eyes are definitely on Karosh and Mirai, though. The onus of execution is absolutely on them to show us why these picks are what they opted to go for in this situation, especially Karosh. I mean, as I say, this is something that Karosh is known for, but at the same time, this isn't a champion that's meta by any means. This isn't a champion that we see very often at all. And if Karosh can pilot it to near perfection, this game, it may just be done before it's even begun.
We'll see if that is the case. I do still have some reservations about how well he's going to be able to survive the lane, because early on, especially level 1, 2, 3, Squidly can just walk at him with Gatling gun on, and Zed really cannot do anything to meaningfully counteract that.
Yeah, you just kind of get to plod along, walking at this Zed, firing bullets. However, that is not the be-all end-all in the world. Zed, you're used to it, right? You're used to playing into Syndra, you're used to playing into Orianna, you're used to playing into all sorts of different mages. What difference is a Corki, really? And it was actually one of his better matchups prior to the Corki rework, because Corki is relatively short range in terms of a mid laner. He doesn't have the most range in the world until you hit that level 6 mark with those rockets, and they have been cut in half in effectivity, so it's going to be very interesting to see just how it's played.
Speculation aside, though, we are on to the Rift for our very first game of our very first series of Division 2 playoffs. Rich Gang, obviously, they'd love to come out the gate with a statement win, hold our perceptions of them high. Garden Gaming, they could be digging through the dirt, but they might be able to pull out an upset. Of course, loser doesn't drop down just yet, or drop out just yet. They'll be dropping down to play Lazy on Friday.
Certainly will. And, well, I mean, as we say, this is a best of 5, so there's at least 2 more games to go. But this is game 1. This is where you set the precedent for the rest of the day. This is where you show just what your plan is going into the rest of the series. And I think, based on drafts, it's got to be said, Garden Gaming, they just have a slight edge based on ease of execution.
3 of my favorite words, especially when we're covering lower divisions. It's just like, yeah, keep it simple. This composition,
simple, stupid.
Yeah, this composition does, like, it can do pretty much everything decently well. And most importantly, it can front to back extremely well. Karosh gonna step in, gets a shuriken, obviously. By the time that we get to lane, that health is going to be regen back anyway, but I suppose, like, first damage to the Zed.
Yeah, I mean, it's mental
advantage gained.
Mental diff. See, both junglers going leashless. Slice opting to start on these chickens, whereas seeming low-key opting to start on the blue buff. Not what you would expect out of a rumble, necessarily. But I guess the overheat damage is a good portion of where your clear comes in. Truly. See, Slice doing the standard multi-clear, doing both the multi-camps into buff. Likely will do the same on the bot side. I think we're going to be looking at both of these junglers kind of farming till 6, though. I don't think either of them have massive gank opportunities going forwards.
There's a level 2 coming through on the bot lane, though. Kansha might be in some trouble. Zenith Blade, lots of damage coming through. He flashed forwards, and Nickel, one more auto will make good on the play. Mirai in some trouble as well, flipped back. One more Q would do it. Isn't going to stick around long enough, but Rich Gang's bot lane in flames at level 1.
Very good use of pressure from MKL and Ermin there, finding the way forwards onto Kansha. Didn't have the Shield of Daybreak. Started with that Zenith Blade, which meant being able to get out of that situation so much harder. Only having the root means you're still taking damage from this Rel. You have to try and play it forwards from there. Didn't tick level 2 quick enough to be able to turn the fight. Just lost so much health on the front side of it, because not having that Eclipse available either means you do just lose health faster than light. And yeah, just drops.
People are like, oh, it's Leona, she's super tanky. Yes, when she's got a W up. If she's not got W, if she's not got Aftershock, she is actually not that difficult to kill.
No, pretty darn squish. Pretty darn squish indeed. You can see top lane pressure going about as we would expect. MKL able back to get the tier early. I'm gonna feel bad not having the Sheen this early into the game, but not the end of the world. You can see Loki and Slice contesting Scuttle, goes across.
Slice picks it up. Forces the flash out from the slice here. Squidly trying to make it happen, and the spawn will fall. Kurosh trying to come forward. Low-key will drop as well. However, the rest of Garden Gaming are here to play. Nickel getting a double as well. 3 kills on the Ezreal, and he's got that Sheen waiting in base.
800 gold lead already for this AD carry. Ezreal, he's scary at the best of times. Give him 3 kills, and he's even more terrifying. And double buffs. Good point. A very interesting decision from Rich Gang to stick around. Thought they had the numbers advantage. Didn't pay attention to where the lane states were. The collapse from Garden Gaming was beautiful.
Look at all of those wards in the bot side river. How did they not know?
Well, they knew. They knew. They just didn't have the pressure to be doing it.
Well, that may well continue to bite them. Already 1,000 gold advantage for Garden Gaming, of course. Bot lane, Nickel is super confident, and why shouldn't he be? Continue throwing out those autos, throwing out those mystic shots. We'll shove them back underneath that tower. Drake coming up shortly, but of course right now Loki is on the opposite side of the rift, so no Swift Drake shenanigans. And of course Kurosh is creeping ever closer to that level 6.
It certainly is, and that's where the kill threat starts to get monumental in this mid lane.
He's got doubles too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a terrifying situation to be in. But this is kind of what I was talking about before the game, of if Garden Gaming can set the pace in their favor. And it's exactly what they've done with this early sequence of plays. Yeah, exactly. They have been able to set themselves up for what is perfectly a successful early game, and if they can continue this tempo forwards, if they can force themselves into a good situation, Rich Gang, they may just fumble in the hands of slowness.
The hands of slowness. Well, we'll see if they can speed up the tempo as the game goes on, of course. Typical has been chilling out in this lane. Uzol picked up a nice early Bramble Vest just to cut down some of that Call the Meek healing, but not all that much happening in the top lane. In fact, this is somewhat of a reversal of what I was saying in the pre-show. Like, I was expecting Uzol to be the main carry, but if top lane's going to start that well, then who's to complain?
Exactly, and with the meta being so AD carry centric as it stands, giving it over to your AD carry is not the end of the world in the slightest.
Absolutely not. Very good start there for the side of Garden Gaming. A quick pause in. I'll see when what the situation is with that. But yeah, a great start. Rich Gang overplaying their hand a bit in that river. Obviously, yeah, they had the... Yeah, any thoughts of what might have been going through their heads there? Because we saw they had the vision.
Yeah, I think they just thought they could get away with it without too much trouble. Didn't respect the fact Loki would have been on the bot side as well. And they had pressure in mid and was very quickly being gained in bot. So as you saw, we saw Squidly shift down first alongside Loki. Of course, Ermin was pretty much already there. And then MKL gets the wave just outside a tower and immediately starts to move up.
And yeah, that single action put him at this fantastic lead, nearly 1,000 up in this early stage of the game. And that means, I mean, that's probably what, a good 3 minutes of effectively like just free, like if time is money, that first item is probably going to come in about 3 minutes sooner than it would on the opposite side for Mirai.
Even quicker when you consider the fact that First Blood went across to this AD carry as well. MKL going to likely hit a 9-minute Trinity Force if he's lucky. Farming well, so I would definitely say between 9 and 13 minutes we're looking at this first item finishing for MKL, which is very fast to finish the most expensive item in the game.
Mirai, I think Kansha should just about be able to allow his AD carry to get out. Urban is just trying to do something, though, but he's low on health. Mirai going to use the barrier to try and survive. Loki overheating. Might find himself in some trouble, actually. The Rumble trying to play this one for us. Mirai is going to be able to pick it up. The Ignite is ticking. That's 2 kills handed across to the Zeri, and she's not going to burn down either. That's a fumble and a half. Flash from Mirai will keep himself alive.
If that didn't tag Kansha, I think Mirai may have died there. A beautiful turn from the RG bot lane. Overplaying their hand, Garden Gaming, they look for a dive between towers, but that initial stun misses off of Ermin, meaning that Mirai is able to free hit time after time after time, and knowing the execute range of that little zap of your right click is perfect for a situation like that, and Mirai showed it with perfection.
Uzal, I think for a second was looking to try and get the all-out onto Typical. We see that Loki is towards the top side. If he does step in towards the river, though, you can see that ward just placed by Typical will keep him wise to it. Thank you, production. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the Rift, that gold lead has shrunk all the way down to 300 gold, and now the carry's in a much more even position. Towards this mid-game.
Getting closer. Mirai stopping off for Berserker's Greaves means that static shift going to be coming in a little bit later than you would otherwise like. But it's not the end of the world. See in the mid lane, level 6 has been hit.
Against an Ezreal, it's also just really good. More movement speed means fewer Mystic shots hitting, and that's a big part of MKL's damage right now.
Certainly is, although with so much CC, it's not necessarily the Mystic shot you're looking to dodge, it is
if
the
one
engages.
Mystic shot misses,
is it really Mystic? It goes from a Mystic shot to a missed shot. Yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page with this one.
Yeah, I got you.
We're being booed, bro. Production, it's doomed.
Typical, having a pretty decent time of things right now in the top lane. I like the fact he's picked up the cull. Realizes that top lane is not where any priority from the junglers is coming in. So just like, I bet I'm going to get some extra gold out of the deal.
Yep. Very happy with that situation. We saw the Drake for Grubs trade earlier as well. Korosh has that level 6, so could look to start to go a little bit more aggressive. But needs to get some poke down first. And of course, Squidly has that fleet footwork, so poke doesn't necessarily stick quite as effectively. See in the bot lane. Just try to get the wave under. I would imagine MKL getting very, very close to that Trinity Force at this point. Only about 1,633 gold away. Sitting on 700, yeah. About another 1,000 gold. Should have it within the next minute or two if farms effectively. Maybe it's another kill.
Hopefully he gets it up before next Drake, right? That's the important next break point we're looking for.
I would imagine absolutely could, but it will entirely depend on how effectively can CS and get back to base. In fact, it's just under that 1,600 mark because of that longsword in inventory as well. This should just finish the half-bound axe. Nope. Never mind, sold something and ended up finishing it anyway.
And looking towards the top side of the rift, remember the second set of grubs, they spawn much more quickly. 4 minutes instead of 5 for the Drake. And so we now see MKL and Nermin positioned into the mid lane. He sends Squidly down bot. He's nearly got his TP back up. So Garden Gaming are positioned pretty well to contest these coming grubs.
Certainly are. Could also look for the dragon as well if they so please.
Cheeky
back into Typical.
I think if Uzal had enough mana for an all-out there, I think he just pulls the trigger on that to force the flash.
Yeah, I would imagine. So as we can see, Rich Gang looking to gain entrance to this river. They're largely walking in blind into the faces of Ermin, Loki, and MKL, who's just raining Mystic shots down left, right, and center.
They do have an advantage though. Typical, able to get out of top lane a lot quicker. Slice is now going to start these up. Uzal needs to come across. We'll now see what is going on. TP coming in from Squidly as well though. Uzal got to position himself properly. The fourth grub has already been, and the ultimate dropping down. Kurosh looking to come in as well on the Zed. Magnet Storm doesn't actually find anybody. Ermin might be in some trouble here as the Rel way too far forward to do anything. Kansha going to catch on to Uzal. He's tanky, but not tanky enough. Going to use the all-out, but Mirai is able to pick him up. Zeri could look to go forward. Squidly doing some good damage though, but it's 6 grubs secured. If Rich Gang can pull the trigger, if Garden Gaming could have pulled the trigger, they might have been able to find something, but that is a full-blown hoodwink as far as I'm concerned. Rich Gang get a kill, get 2 kills, and get all the grubs.
And Kale just couldn't get into the fight quick enough to allow them to run with it. Rich Gang, they use that pressure, they use that knowledge to perfection. Mirai sitting just far enough back. Typical. I think Squidly may have just killed himself. Never mind,
he should be okay. Typical, not really able to follow. Does have flash, but so does Squidly. Corki should be okay for the time being. Of course, Valkyrie will be back up some point shortly as well. Gun Gaming going to be licking their wounds a little bit after their fight. They have conceded the gold lead. They are going to be able to pick up that second Drake though, so they do give themselves a little bit of a comfortable buffer so that if Rich Gang do keep pushing the tempo, they're still okay to lose one Drake, maybe two while they scale up.
Absolutely, but the problem now is Mirai now accelerated ahead of MKL, and Zeri is not a champion you want to accelerate. Only about 100 gold lead individually. That'll mean you hit your item spikes a little bit sooner, especially with them being a little bit cheaper than Ezreal items across the board. Is MKL really going to start to struggle going into the next couple of stages of the game? We expect the Runans to be the next item coming through for Mirai. Allows these team fights to go through a hell of a lot more effectively, especially into things like Rel, into Rumble, into Cassante. They are looking to stack, they are looking to group. Going to be hitting multiple people once that Lightning Crash comes down with that Runan's Hurricane.
We find ourselves in a bit of a lull state right now, you say. Rich Gang sing about 1,000 gold up. The True Shot Barrage will be able to deny the recall or delay the recall out from Kansha, but as the map stands right now, looking at typical, that tower doesn't look like it's terribly long for this world, already down to a single plate, and of course with those Void Mites spawning, yeah, that's pretty much going to be a nice free pickup before they plates drop.
Very happy with that, as typical, just letting as many minions die to it as possible in this situation. Denying as much gold from your counterpart as possible. See, towards the bot side, Kurosh and Slice just walking around in their blue side jungle. Seeing if they can catch somebody unawares, catch somebody out. Low-key down here as well. We'll catch Kurosh on that Scry's Bloom, which should give Squidly a little bit more safety. Especially with Loki sticking around, trying to dissuade anything from happening.
Erman's looking in here. Kurosh might find himself the recipient of a dive. In the meantime, the rest of Rich Gang, oh, yep, there is said dive. Kurosh dipping, diving, back and forth. Squidly going to be putting the damage down, will be able to pick it up, and the aggro is pretty well split, so nobody will drop in trade. However, Shelly will be secured, and that does mean that it will be more than likely a second turret going down. Girl needs to be careful. Typical could look for an angle in. Could be two turrets here, actually, unless Loki can get in decently quickly. The charge now coming through. Slice will drop that tier 2 turret down to half, but Shelly won't be living that much longer, and Rich Gang will step away happy with their prize.
Certainly will. I mean, we saw it in the bot lane there, the dive. It was very well executed, but Kurosh dashing back to the shadow, flashing still on that red carpet. The equalizer melting through this Zed's health bar already. Making it so difficult to play these fights forwards and in the mid lane. Just getting that Herald, allowing yourself so much more room to move, to breathe. The only outer tower left standing in this bot lane, and realistically, you're not generating enough pressure from that one outer, even around Dragons, to be able to pull forwards and use it to your advantage.
You can see, we were talking earlier in the game when the tempo was that little bit slower, whether Rich Gang could turn it on. I think we can definitively state that that is the case. Typical also has completed up that cull just on the wave, as you see. Has that first item completed in the Black Cleaver, which is going to continue to make Uzor's life just kind of miserable in the 1v1 situation. Carries continue to sit in the mid lane, continue to shove in those waves, get farmed up some more. Ready for these upcoming fights. Next Drake spawns in a minute 15.
That it does, and it's going to be an interesting Drake to fight. It will be Soul Point for the side of Guardian Gaming if they choose to go for it. It is a Cloud Soul, but you don't really want to give over to either of these teams. That extra movement speed on pressing the R key could be devastating, especially for a Rel, especially for an Ezreal. But on the flip side, for a Lilia, for a Zeri, for a Renekton, it fixes their issues so well.
Yep, target access becomes so much easier for typical, especially. Like, just press Dominus, run at them, becomes an actually like legitimate strategy.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, you look at that. You also would get the Lilting Lullaby down, and suddenly, instead of a deer moving at Mark 5, you're a deer moving at Mark 10. You're going so extremely fast around these team fights, and the Zeri, who already builds up so much speed, is the Solar Flare.
Comes down, but not all that effectively. However, it's still going to be enough to completely lock down Loki, and with the jungler down, Gun Gaming, unless they can find some really good picks. Typical tries to flash in, will be able to find some damage, but gets melted by MKL. All out coming through as well. Kansha dropping low, dropping down. Uzol too low to continue the fight. Squidly quite healthy still though, as Kurosh is forced to extract. And KL looking all right as well, but Mirai
on the side.
very, very healthy still. Slice is off towards the side, but just clearing those camps to get some more health, make it so they can continue to look towards their first Drake of the game. Squidly stepping up, perhaps in some trouble. Here comes the TP out from the base.
MKL
is looking to join the play. MKL is going to be able to find the kill onto Kansha. Slice looking for the angle in, tries to drop down. Nickel will end up falling here as Kurosh will be able to pick that one up for a shutdown. Uzol trying to find the slows as Mirai will be able to complete the recall. Loki, where is he right now? He was at his chickens. Now,
Back in mid lane, he's going to the top side, they're giving it.
He's specifically calling, to drop this one down. Typical. Just going to go back towards bot lane. Continue pushing this one out. Of course, with the combination of the Void Mites and the Demolish, it's basically pointless to defend this. It's going to fall pretty much no matter what.
With the final outer tower dropping, your jungle is no longer your own if you are Garden Gaming. The garden that you've been so carefully, so lovingly flourishing, blooming throughout the entire 20 minutes of the game so far has suddenly fallen to the wayside as the invaders of Rich Gang find their way forward. Zemin has found a way onto Kansha.
Solar Flare will keep him alive for a moment longer, but not that long of a moment, as that is
tank, by the way.
That's some damage. Second item completed by MKL, and of course all of that magic shred coming through from Loki as well means that okay, you've got Aftershock, okay, you've got Eclipse, and
so what? Bearing in mind, tank builds at the minute.
No.
Alright, almost
Rush.
entirely health
Not
at the
again.
start. I've been here before.
They're considering it, but I think Garden Gaming are aware that there is somebody else around, although Mirai is actually leaving the top lane right now. Kurosh contemplating sticking around. Squidly will spot that he is here. No TP available to try and save the play, and it seems like Garden Gaming would decide against looking for the dive right now. They're happy to let Squidly just continue farming. He has built up a decent CS lead, 35 up onto Kurosh as it stands. And of course, I think for Garden Gaming, they don't necessarily want to be recklessly charging into fights right now, especially when it is pretty provably the case that Rich Gang are stronger right now, 4K up.
Yeah, definitely in a stronger situation across the board. We'll have to see how that flourishes. I mean, it's almost entirely... Where is it sitting, actually? Because it's not an AD carry. It's not in mid lane. It's kind of in jungle. It's almost entirely in top lane. Yeah. 30 CS lead, but you got 5 plates in this Renekton, as well as another tower to boot. The only the only plate that dropped top lane, I believe, was the one plate. And even then, it may not have dropped.
Yeah, so Typical's looking really strong right now, but I would argue of the lane to have that gold advantage. After support, top lane might be the least important right now, because Garden Gaming's front line have been decently consistently marking Typical in these fights and ensuring he's not been able to find an effective engage on the backline.
Well, it's not only that, but if you look at Typical's counterpart, you may be 3,000 gold up, but it's a Cassandra. It's a very low resource champion, right? You need 1, maybe 2 items, and then you're doing your job effectively. The rest, they're just luxury. Renekton needs 3, 4 items before you can really start to come online and start to melt through some of these frontliners. So you may be 3,000 gold in the lead, but your lane opponent has still come online twice as quickly as you have.
Typical continuing to look for that damage as many members of Rich Gang are ready to potentially rotate towards the bottom side of the rift. That tier 2 in mid lane, I think, is pretty much just
not
gone.
long for this world.
Yeah, Niggle's not really going to be able to stick around and defend it. And so that will indeed drop. 5th tower picked up for Rich Gang. That bot lane tier 2 is now the only piece of standing gold on the map, and Uzol has to realize that he is not in a happy situation right now. Squidly does have the TP, has picked up the tier 1 top lane. Don't know if they're actually going to worry about defending it right now. In fact, at 22 minutes, they're looking to start up the Nash. 4 members towards top side. The Trinket Ward will spot this out, but the health is dropping lower and lower. Slice trying to make his way in. 4,000, 3,000 health. Rich Gang just aren't here for it. They might be able to make something happen. The TPs are indeed coming through. Typical looking for the chase down. Squiddly, Mickle need to get away from this. Ermin is likely to be the price that is paid. Loki gets caught with the solar flare. The carries are able to get out and away. Kancha not quite dropping. Slice not quite dropping. It's a double kill for Kurosh, but I would say that Garden Gaming got away with that.
They absolutely did. Both of their carries and their top lane are escaping with that. They took advantage of the fact that Rich Gang was sieging onto the bot lane. They did not have Baron. They could not go further than that tier 2 with 4 members strong in the bot lane. It took them too long to rotate up, not actually bringing everybody with them, I don't believe. The Baron goes down at the speed of light, dropping in less than a minute to the double AD carry composition on the side of Garden Gaming, and now they're sitting with a way back in to the game.
Let's not mince words, though. They are still very much behind. But as you say, this is maybe the lifeline that they needed to come back in. Squiddly, as we can see, 2.5 items, very, very close to getting to the point that Typical, for all of his gold lead, is still extremely killable.
Yes, very, very killable. Very squishy, very easy to go splat. It's still a crocodile. You could still get a nice new pair of snakeskin boots, and maybe even a crocodile skin handbag to boot.
Right now, though, these teams, I don't think are thinking about boots or handbags or anything like that. I think they're thinking of the next Cloudbreak that has just spawned onto the Rift. Kurosh with the Shadow to be able to spot out Garden Gaming. Squiddly off to the side, needs to be careful. Slice actually flat forwards, was not able to find the angle in. Solar Flare dropping though, Loki, his health dropping lower and lower. The carpet is put down, Kancha will drop. Loki goes golden, survived for a good while, but is going to drop. Squiddy still chasing forwards. The Corki is big, but perhaps not big enough. Is able to take down Mirai for a huge shutdown. Typical, and Kurosh looking for this Corki. He doesn't have the flash, but he's going to get out with the Valkyrie, looking for the TP angle out. I don't know if he's going to get it. Typical dropping super low though. He will be able to get one more kill, but it is still the ace for Rich Gaming. Corki not quite doing enough.
Rich Gang, they were able to find their way immediately onto MKL off the back of that fight. Kanjo to fall, but then very, very swiftly followed by Loki, MKL, and Uzol swiftly. Ermin as well. It left Squiddly in this 1v3 situation, 1v4 situation, was able to take down one, two, as you say. Yes, absolutely. Props that he got them. But the fight was over before it had even begun for Garden Gaming. Rich Gang, they knew exactly how to pull the trigger, and they gave them a false sense of security with the flash forward from Slice.
Sure, we'll go with that. Assignment understood by Rich Gang. I feel like they would have been much happier if Squiddly had died before the fight. But at the end of the day, it still goes well for them. Their gold lead still sits around 5,000 in spite of a Baron being taken by Garden Gaming. These fights, I'm looking still like Uzol and Ermin. If one of these fights happens and they can sell their lives dearly to ensure that MK actually survives, then alongside Squiddly, we've already seen can do a lot on this Corki. Might just be that, you know, that there's enough damage left over after the main brawl to chase down and survive and flip it in their favor.
Third item now completed for MKL. Back on track with Mirai, the Bloodthirster, the third item coming in. No Spirit Shoujin just yet. Speaking of Spirit Shoujin, completed for Kurosh. On the other side, 3 items in for Squiddly as well. These fights are starting to get closer and closer with these AD carries and mid laners evening out each other's items time after time, both getting very close to full builds now. You're not going to have much longer until they are as strong as can get, and when that happens, you're relying on your front line to be the exact thing that saves you. If you can stall this game out as Garden Gaming, you rely on your team fighting prowess and your frontline advantage. You have to get there first.
Right now, they don't have the luxury of doing that. Honestly, minute 30 until the Baron joins us back on the Rift. The actual last piece of standing goal on the map, the tier 2 in top lane, is being assailed, but shouldn't fall for the time being, at least. I'm looking at that vision, though. Look at how red that topside jungle is right now.
Garden Gaming that's not able to get any wards down. I said it earlier, but I'll emphasize it again. The jungle of Garden Gaming is completely forfeit to the invading side of Rich Gang. They have total control over the map as things stand. Your base is your only solace as Garden Gaming. You can't really step anywhere. The shadows just waiting, lurking, ready to have a Zed appear out of nowhere. Maybe accompanied by a crocodile, maybe by a deer. None of which you'd expect to find typically in a quiet, serene jungle.
I don't know. Like, deer are pretty chill, mostly.
They don't live in jungles, though. It's too hot for them.
True. I don't know. I know we call it the jungle as the sort of colloquialism we held onto from Dota, but I don't know. That does not look particularly hot or humid to me.
Especially an ocean. An ocean rift.
I think it's a nice, pleasant forest. Right. Taking the damage from the True Shot barrage. Garden Gaming feel confident enough to step on in. Of course, they are 5 members to 4. Kurosh currently in the bot lane right now. They're not quite able to take the tower down. The wave doesn't last long enough, but it does give them the freedom to walk up into the river. Little chill.
Seeing a split straight down the center of the rift here. All members of the mid lane. Sunflower misses.
Cauliflower drops. Squidly has taken some damage here, but look at Slice. So low right now. Ermin able
only
to step
tagged the
away
lilting
as
lullaby
well.
onto Ermin.
Yeah, that's rough, especially since now Solar Flare is also down. The main engage tools from Rich Gang are now unavailable. They are going to keep throwing Swirl Seeds through, but there's no risk of sleeps now. Rich Gang, they are going to try and make something happen. Uzol just trying to keep Slice out of the pit. Here's a TP coming from Courage, though. The Baron is going to go down first. Ermin and Uzol selling their lives dearly. Loki goes golden. Squidly and MKL, they're trying to find their angle to fight.
Courage has followed.
Has followed. Nickel not going to be able to stick around long enough. And in fact, Squidly now trying to TP out and survive. Kurosh not quite going to be able to take him down. But again, Baron picked up. But at the cost of 4 members, it's now all on the Corki to keep this game alive.
Has trying to defend against the ensuing onslaught. And the teleports available as typical, just use theirs to get in. It's 4 members strong in the mid lane with only Ermin up anytime soon. At least one Nexus tower should fall here, maybe both. Squidly looking in a lot of danger as well.
The damage is enough. Both of the towers are going to drop. Squidly not going to be able to do enough, and it is a bit of a struggle, but Rich Gang, just shy of 30 minutes, are able to close it out and take game 1 of the series.
And they are very nicely done as well. Team fights just did not look close. We saw in that last one, Ermin finding a beautiful engage, the flash magnet storm into stun on 3. It was so good, but the tankiness, it just wasn't there for Uzol and for Ermin. They melted like wax on a candle in the heat of the onslaught that Rich Gang were bringing forward, and gangsters by name, but a complete crime family by nature, with how connected and concise their team fighting was.
Also, in that Baron fight, yes, Ermin found the good angle, but if Squidly and MKL committed to it, the fact that Rich Gang didn't just all walk up the river to contest, we saw Typical was coming around from the side. Kurosh, same. It felt like if Squidly and MKL fully commit to trying to take down those members that got caught by the Magnet Storm, they were just going to get dogpiled on and deleted.
It's definitely a possibility, but it's very hard. You're playing quite slow AD carries. You are looking to get this poke in before anything else happens. Very hard to do if you are going on a very quick trigger pull, especially since there is no LDR on either of these carries, right? You have no way of cutting through the health bar of Typical, who was one of these stunned up members. Kansha, another, both very tanky in their own right. It's so hard to try and get through. Rich Gang, I think they were just better in game 1.
Plenty of good signs from the side of Garden Gaming, though. I feel like they're going back to the locker room, as it were, with plenty of good points to work from and build upon. They have selected red side for game number 2, so of course we'll see how that affects draft as well. Speaking of, though, we're going to take a break and we'll be back for that in a few minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more Div 2 action coming right up. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for waiting. Apologies for the extended break. A bit of the old technical difficulties required me to do a system restart. But we are back ahead of game number 2. Don't worry, it wasn't anything to do with the gameplay. It was perfectly solid win coming out from Rich Gang.
Yeah, definitely was. I mean, it looked shaky in the early game, and it looked like Garden Gaming could maybe take the first game of the series. And then team fighting came along, and that all went out the window. Frankly,
Well,
Rich Gang just showed a little bit more mastery over their champions, a little bit better ability to play together as that 5. So,
well, there was that, but there was also on the flip, or at least earlier in the game, there was MKL gets 3 kills. And then they attempt to dive, and Mirai ends up getting 2 back, and the advantage that they had built up was just evaporated like that.
yeah, definitely a interesting play. But I don't think that's where the game ended. I think the game really started to end as we started to see these team fights come through, and everything started to fall to the wayside. Now, into a draft. See if anything changes. I believe
Garden Gaming should be on the red side for game 2, unless I'm not much mistaken.
doesn't look like the change was made in select based on where the names are.
Oh, we'll figure it out. But right now, mostly same bands coming through. Zyra gone, Kaiser gone, Ashe gone. Those are things that we very much expect to see. Still no priority towards the Aurora, but
the teams are most definitely switched. Just because I can recognize the bands, and the bands from game 1 were the other way around. So this is RG on blue side and Garden Gaming on red. So just bear that in mind. The champions that are picked are for the counterpart on the other side of the
there
draft.
goes Slices Gwen. So yeah, this is definitely Garden Gaming banning.
Yep. I think the third ban here was Illusion.
Do you think?
Hmm?
Do you think anything from last game is really worth banning?
Maybe the Lilia. Zeri as well, another solid one. But you do have Ezreal open as a first pick for Rich Gang now. I'm not sure if it's something that Mirai happy to just up and grab, but it is very strong.
I would hope so.
Yes, so would I.
It's one of those champions that you should just be able to pick up and play if you're an ADC at this level. And alternatively, of course, you could look to prioritize, say, the Rumble.
I am uncertain what was picked there.
I'm sure production will praise us of the situation momentarily. And see what is occurring. Okay. Leona first pick for Kanta.
Makes sense. Makes sense. This champion's Giga broken.
She's good, but
She's Giga broken, dude.
Is she
like,
really
she's...
B1able considering all of the broken carries that are around?
Yeah, she's so broken. She's like the one support that's still fine after the Warmog's like mini nerf, because she doesn't need the thing immediately. She just needs the health because she gets so much innate resistance from her W.
Well, we'll see that Loki is going to take away the Lilia from Slice. We see a Varus locked in, which is a carry that's kind of fallen off the cliff in terms of priority lately.
Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. I mean, maybe it goes mid, and there's every chance in the world this goes mid, and we lock it into Nash's into Malignant's build that's been making its rounds in the mid lane. You got a Lilia, so you're just double stacking the value of Mercs. You've given over the Ezreal. The Zed's made its reappearance. It's going to have a much easier time into a Varus if this thing does go mid. So, I have no idea.
Well, to see if the third pick can clarify things a little bit more for us from the side of Garden Gaming. Obviously, we already see the bot lane and the mid or jungle from Rich Gang right now. So we could, a good support could potentially make things work out better here. Nautilus, it's fine. I am still concerned about the longevity of this Varus.
I'd say about 30 seconds, maybe less. Oh, sorry, you meant in the game, not in a single team fight. Yeah, no,
I mean,
it's gonna struggle.
Probably, I imagine he'd be okay 3-6 on the Zed, but
You sure? Varus hasn't got a health
I
pool.
mean, yeah, but you gotta remember that we have seen what happens when players like Kerberos take Varus into a solo lane. It's like, okay, bet you've just gone on me, but I've done just as much, if not more, damage back to you on the trade because of like.
But Zed doesn't have to go on to the Varus. Zed just throws a shadow and tags him with everything. Renekton, Camille, and Brand all banned away second rotation.
Good to see that Rich Gang still have that heads up. Obviously, on red side, Uzol's Camille could potentially be a fix-all problem. See what they want to round this out with. Is there anything that like really mucks their comp?
Corkers. Just take away the comfort from mid lane. Very strong mid laner to pick up at the minute.
Squidly still has the Azir in pocket. I would
break your flex. Break your flex.
Yeah, I mean at this point we know that Uzol's going to have this R5 set up for him, or they could not do that, and instead we're going to get the Gnar.
Why?
Why? Come on, explain your thoughts. Get them out.
Gnar is a very good blind pick, but as we mentioned in the pre-show, Uzol is kind of the shining light for Garden Gaming. And you know, both AD carry and mid lane and support, you have no reason not to just break your Varus flex here and like allow either Squidly or MKL the chance to, allow Uzol the chance to just counterpick whatever they're into. The Zed is now going into the jungle for Slice as the LeBlanc is picked up for Kurosh, unless this LeBlanc goes top lane for Typical, which would be very funny because it's actually not a bad matchup into the Gnar, generally speaking. He can't really do too much to you. We'll see with this last pick coming in. I'm cooking a little bit. I'm cooking way too much.
Yeah, like just turn the hop down a little bit. We're not going that crazy in this game. We'll see Typical picking on up the Cassante. Zed's going to be going to Slice. Nice little flex that Rich Gang have, kind of exclusive to them as well. Gone Gaming now need to find something for Squidly. I mean, Galio at very least shouldn't be something that gets bullied out by the LeBlanc in the pretty much any stage in the game, unless Kurosh gets crazy fed.
But you also can't keep her in lane.
True.
And look at what she's got to go to on the bot side.
Yeah, Leona Ezreal's pretty strong, and I do definitely. We already talked about our concerns about the longevity of the Varus. So it's the question mark does kind of sit above the head of MKL. Can he survive, position well, and even if he dies in one of these fights, can he position such that somebody else on the team can pick up the slack? Although that person has to now be Uzol, because presumably we're not going to have a full damage Galio.
No, it's got to be Loki. If it's going to be anybody, it's got to be Loki. This Gnar cannot go a less Bruiser style build than we're used to. This Gnar is pretty much our entire team CC with that Gnar. If you're not lining them into a wall, team CC. Not single target, you're dying in the spot CC.
Gotcha. Okay. The multi-targeting CC.
If MKL drops in the first 5 seconds of a team fight like it's expected into a double assassin composition, you're relying entirely on Loki to be able to run this fight. I'm not going to lie to you, Rich Gang have just blown this draft out the park with everything they've given themselves. It's so much easier to play despite the high mechanical ceiling of the champions because you have a very obvious job, kill the damn Varus. Even if Varus rushes Locket, which you don't see happen on AD carry Varus for a very good reason, you don't have the damage if you do because you have to spec into AP. You have one choice as Garden Gaming here, and it is snowball the ever-loving Christ out of this Lilia. Because if you can't do that, your team fight falls flat on its face, and even then, she likely dies at the hands of the assassins as well. So you have to pick between two evils here. Who would you rather die? Your Lilia with a pretty impactful ultimate, or your Varus who holds 99% of your damage? If Rich Gang don't take this game very, very cleanly, I will be surprised.
Chaos factor comes in a little bit, though. We have seen, though, that Rich Gang, they are sort of the kings of chaos in our league. They do, you know, they were shaped by it, molded by it. And we are coming out onto the Rift for our second game of the day. And yeah, I just love the fact that the Zed Flex is RG exclusive. Slicing Kurosh, just chilling on that champion. And as you say, we could be seeing some very flashy plays from this mid-jungle duo of Rich Gang.
Yeah, we definitely could. I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned as to how this is going to play out because, and as we say, Garden Gaming, they just lack a lot of damage. And that's only going to get more and more apparent the later the game goes.
Yeah. See how the game continues to evolve, however, of course. We did talk about Rich Gang having their advantages, but it was MKL who got that lead in game number 1. I feel like typical, of course, not going to have the most fun of times in lane. Because, well, you're into a range champion. In fact, Garden Gaming are going to do, well, a little something to upset the apple cart, which is stepping in and putting a ward down. We'll be able to spot out Slice when it makes the way forward. And got to remember that Galio, despite being a tank, has some pretty nasty base numbers, especially on the Wings of War.
Yeah. So does LeBlanc.
But sometimes it might just not matter, though. If you're going to land the hook like that, Ermin, got to be careful. Has to flash, though. The turnaround. I think, yeah, it was simple for Kansha as just, I hit Shield of Daybreak. In this lane, this is kind of the setup that you see for these two specific supports. It's whoever goes in, whoever is the one engaging, is the one disadvantaged.
Side note, I'm pleasantly surprised that Mirai is using Pulsefire Ezreal. That skin is notorious for being pretty damn bad in terms of its feel to play. It's when we normally see something like Striker or something like Battle Academia come through on this champion because it just feels nicer.
I never knew about the difference.
Yeah, it's a very clunky skin. I'm not gonna lie to you. Side note, just something I found very interesting.
You know, drip award for Mirai this game, I guess. Weasel, of course, will be building up an early CS advantage. That is just how Na'Vi in these lanes. Gonna hit the level 3 first as well. Put some hurt down on Typical. Perhaps this do be the game that Na is called upon to be more than just an ult bot.
It may very well be, but it's going to be so difficult. So difficult. We shall see. As we see Kurosh, as expected, winning out extremely hard in these mid lane trades.
Slice now, making his way into the bot side jungle. He has cleared faster than the Lilia, by the way. People underestimate Zed player, I think, quite a bit. Loki now going to find himself in the 1v1 with the Zed that he does not want. First strike going to help with the extra money as well. Kansha is able to come out of bot lane, and Loki will be forcefully told that his presence in the jungle is no longer required.
Yeah, your presence here is no longer needed. Please relieve yourself of the premises immediately.
And yeah, that's what we just see there. That, okay, yeah, Squidly's going to be able to survive okay, but good luck trading back, because you are never landing a Justice Punch in this lane, surely.
Nope, nor a taunt for that matter. If this Galio hits anything onto Kurosh, I'm calling interesting decision-making by Kurosh more than anything.
Typical Noodle continuing to slap back and forth, of course. The more trading that happens, the better for Typical, since he has got the grasp.
Yes, come again. Hang on, what's going on in the middle lane?
Well, looking at the bot lane though right now, and it's MKL and Ermin who have the better of it. Loki looking for the chase down. Slice still got a decent amount of health with his name. Ermin, you got to be careful, my man. Is able to get out of tower range, but First Blood will be picked up by Kansha. MKL, can he get the damage down to kill the Leona? He can, but Mirai will be able to trade one back. The aggression in the bot lane, I don't know. Really don't know if Ermin should have done that.
No, me neither. That was that was a choice, to say the least. The attempt was made. The kill was traded, but
And then some.
yeah. I mean, I guess the like saving grace is the AD carries end up with very similar amounts of gold. The first blood did go on to Kansha. However, you are already in a very difficult matchup, and trying to dive the enemy tower is not going to make that any easier.
Not really. Yeah. Right now, MKL has got himself a Vamp Scepter, so as we expect of the sort of modern version of the on-hit Varus, after lethality kind of got, taken around the back of the shed, we are looking for a fairly early pickup on the balk. You're just gonna make me sad.
Hey, since I got Marley and Mead.
That's no better.
It's worse. That's what I mean.
Anyway,
looking across.
Right now we see Slice towards the top side, looking again to try and get early priority towards those void grubs. Loki will make his way over towards the dragon. A little bit lackadaisical, I might say. Ermin will be there to assist. MKL, of course, having to sit way back, else he'd be engaged on by Kansha. Yeah, all good. The trade that we expect to happen in the early stages of the game has happened. Good-o. Everything, I would say, for the most part, apart from, those kills, the whole map is going pretty much as expected, although Uzol taking a lot of damage off of Typical there, has to hop away from that last part of the Intofo strikes.
Yeah, I mean, the early game is going to be the quietest part of this game. I think once you start to see that first item coming, you start to see 2-3 man fights around objectives, things are gonna start to get a lot more dangerous, interesting, chaotic. Take your pick of the words. I was trying to find the best one, and honestly, they all. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Take your pick. It is going to be Parents as the game continues. Right now, though, we have a relative moment of calm. Slice stepping into the topside jungle of Loki, tries to steal away that red buff. Is successful in doing so as well. Immediately going to drop the death mark as well. Lilting Wall Bite not yet used. Squidly now coming to assist, but many Rich Gang members coming on in. The amount of distance Slice was able to cover there. Impressive. Squidly flashes out. Uzol, however, is able to get out top lane and secure the kill. Typical now going to have to body block. Trying to get out, but Ermin steps up too far. Chain of Corruption isn't going to mean all that much as the support drops again.
Again, saving grace, the kill goes to Ermin. Ignite doing a lot of work against this Nautilus, I'm not going to lie to you. But it's still problematic. MKL does not have the space to play this lane. No,
and you can see it in the CS as well. Already 13 CS down.
30,
we still have that kill. No, at this stage of the game, if that were happening, then I think we'd be looking at this from a even worse scenario, but...
Yep.
For now, the gold lead sits around 1,000 for Rich Gang. They're just trying to play this out cleanly. Kurosh might be in some trouble though as Ermin flashes over the wall. And all is forgiven, Ermin, as that was a roam for the ages.
Just enough damage to completely blow Kurosh up before getting to move. Again, the only downside, the kill has gone on to the support. It's supportal combat this game, lads.
I mean, yeah, he's evening up the gold lead in the role, considering Kansha was able to get 2 kills in the early stages. Has got a lot more CS to his name as well, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Pressuring Leona off of the wave is, arguably the, easiest thing to do in this lane. Instead of pressuring her too much, you're dead where you stand. So it's a bit of a trade-off, right? It's, you don't get to hit CS, I don't get to live. Which one
hold
means
up.
more?
Hang on, Squidly landed a taunt.
Kurosh, what did you do? Kurosh, don't lie to me, Kurosh.
Nearly got the Justice Punch as well, honestly.
Good lord, I was about to have a heart attack.
Squidly, okay, now that he's got Mercs, like, this poke damage is feeling kind of ineffectual. He is going to be able to survive for a good long while. Has gotten through the refill potions, though.
Anything that doesn't pop Sigil of Malice feels insignificant. Anything that does pop Sigil of Malice still chunks you for about a quarter of your health. So, it's a trade-off.
Yeah. Sigil of Malice is it's pretty nasty, funnily enough. We'll look across the map right now. We can see Slice again towards the top side of the rift. Second set of grubs are just about to spawn. Uzol, however, in a good position to move, but unfortunately Typical is not going to be far behind him. The first grub has already gone down. Slice is going to try and abscond from this situation, although Turok is coming to assist. Typical also potentially coming to help out. Garden Gaming, they are able to secure at least one. They too are now going to step out as it ends up being 5 grubs. Good ultimate though, coming down onto Slice and Typical. Loki dropping though, as Kurok will be able to pick that one up. Rocket coming through. Is there the damage though, as Squidly is going to fall. Now it's Uzol trying to bounce his way out. Ermin not going to be able to do any damage. The flash from the Gnar will keep him alive. But again, Rich Gang able to get more numbers into the relevant area of the map.
Not great. You've just given us that a double kill.
And this is Slice's Zed as well. Like, this is a you know what? I won't say specifically Slice. This is a Rich Gang Zed. Because we already saw what Kurok was able to do on that champion.
This is a Rich Gang Zed. But,
wow, okay, Typical. I don't say TP's in, loses 2/3 of his health to Uzol, and in fact might just have to go straight back to base because Slice is on the complete opposite side of the map. Like, you need to be real careful. Flash is just about to come back up, but you are in a just a kind of miserable spot.
Maybe a Rich Gang Zed, but it's a ZZ, and more importantly, it is Slice who we have like labelled as the you know, big carry jungler of NLC Division 2. See the bot side? Loki just being kept out of this dragon. It does go down.
More than kept out. I just get bodied out as Squidly now trying to tank it. MKL coming through. Chain of Corruption is able to do a good amount of damage. Kancha trying to find the damage onto MKL, but no one else is there with him. And Garden Gaming may have just found their moment. Mirai trying to go over the blast cone, but he's getting completely bodied out. Tries to go over the wall, but MKL is stood there waiting with an arrow in hand.
Well, that was a fight for the ages. A double kill going across to MKL, as well as another kill landing into Squidly's lap. Not too upset with how that goes. Did get the dragon as Rich Gang, so it's a small solace. But what the Zed giveth, the Zed also taketh away in getting immediately one shot.
Yep, there is some risk to that champion. Squidly,
goodbye, Squidly.
Has his flash available, but yeah, it's not going to matter. And that's what Double Assassin does here.
Death Mark!
I didn't realize Death had the same name as my brother. He's coming in towards the bot side right now. Zenith Blade not quite ready, as Kurosh, however, is more than ready to farm for a Nautilus. MKL going to be able to get out just fine. But still, it's Rich Gang finding those individual plays. Yes, that last major fight didn't go so well, but it did feel a little disjointed. And so, not too surprised to see that Garden Gaming were the ones to get the better of it.
Absolutely not. You see Kurosh just chunking onto Uzol there.
That's not even a full item
power. No, it's not, but this is LeBlanc. This just is LeBlanc. It doesn't even have the Sorks, might I add. Target in the bot lane, Squidly.
Squidly, though, coming in, doing some good damage. Will he survive long enough, though, is the question. Very much not. Flashes away to avoid the Mystic shot. Tower will also drop first crit across Rich Gang. The gold lead hasn't really grown, though, in the past few minutes.
That was a dangerous decision. You've got Hollow Radiance and Merc Treads, and you're stepping into the face of an Ezreal with Trinity Force. Brave, Squidly. Very brave is the wording I'll use. Gun Gaming looking for this Herald. Should be completely uncontested. They're saying that, yeah, Slice on the bot side. This should just fall unless Kurosh can made it this ride.
Coming in, Garden Gaming will be able to secure it, but will they be able
Death
to get
mark.
out? MKL, death marked up, stunned up, surviving pretty well though as the fight gets broken down into small pieces. Typical, now dropping low. Kurosh now trying to find the angle on the backline. Squidly with the ultimate makes it so that damage is moot. Loki now dipping in, dipping out, trying to find their target. It's going to be Kansha who has given up, but they left MKL behind, and Kurosh will say thank you very much. That's a free ADC.
Very nicely done by Kurosh there. Sees MKL staying to hit the ward and just turns on the spot. Double assassin combo is so scary. MKL surviving for now. The ultimate immediately got dropped onto Slice's face. The second he went flying in.
Yeah. That's a step that can't be missed, Gun Gaming. When you're against a Zed LeBlanc, you can't be leaving your AD carry at the back in a situation where, yeah, they're just free gold at that point. Like, no summoners to speak of, no ultimate to keep himself safe. All of your defensive abilities had pretty much been burned. Like, Ermin needs to be right on top of him at all times.
Yeah, you can't allow this LeBlanc free access to MK, especially if you're dropping all of your defensive tools onto the Zed and still not killing them. Might I add, Slice did get out of that play with their life. Barely, but did get out with their life.
Barely means he still got out. Real Man says if you have more than 1 HP, you're pretty chill.
Health is simply a resource to use as you see fit.
Exactly. Garden Gaming trying to push in towards the top side. They're not able to actually put down the Herald just yet, but they will have damage enough to secure their first turret of the game, evening up the one taken by Rich Gang in the bot lane. We see Kurosh and Squidly are, well, they're just clearing waves, really.
That they are.
Next trick coming up in about 10 seconds time. I saw the little icon go yellow, and Rich Gang very much have the angle in here, although we are, yeah, not too sad about it. I think if you're Garden Gaming, it's only a single Chemtech soul, which I think is common consensus for an individual Chemtech is like the one you care the least about today.
But it is the soul, right? And that is where things get a little bit more concerning. There's a lot of shields across the board. There's not too much healing, but there's a lot of shields across the board. In fact, Rich Gang don't really gain much of anything from this, from the individual dragons. The soul is what they're after. They don't really have shields, they don't really have healing until Lifesteal comes in for this Ezreal. But for Garden Gaming, they've got shields galore. They've got Galio shield, they've got Nautilus shield, they've got, you know, they've got Lilia's innate just healing. They've got the Blithering King on Varus already. These individual Chemtech Drakes mean so much more to Garden Gaming than they do to Rich Gang.
That they do. And right now we are seeing 18-15. Baron's not going to be coming up for a little while yet, but of course Garden Gaming, if they can have priority over that side of the rift, then they can potentially do what we saw them do twice in the last game, and just keep Baron out of Rich Gang's hands. They are still holding on. They have, in fact, closed the gold advantage despite all of these plays seemingly going in Rich Gang's favor. They're all farming up pretty well.
Certainly are. It's a very even game, all things considered. My concern, however, does lie in the later this game goes. Ezreal, not really known for being the best at cutting through tanks. You needed to get your assassins online. Your assassins are online now. You have to start putting these damage dealers in the ground so that the enemy has the same trouble dealing with your tanks as you do dealing with the enemies. Because if not, Uzul, Squidly, and Ermin are just going to survive for such a long time.
That they are. Right now, though, we are in one of those little quieter moments, though not for long, as Uzul takes a chunk off of Kurosh. That's 1.5 items and half a health bar off of Mininar. I think the word is ouch.
Yeah, ouch.
The only word that matters right now. But we gotta remember
Owie,
again.
my face.
Gotta remember that's one of the two major champions that MKL has to contend with as the game goes on. So unless, I don't know, after 3 items, he's able to maybe sneak in like a Seeker's Arm Guard or even a full Zonius.
Oh no, you just you 100% you go Blazer Rune King into Rageblade into Terminus. You then get Jack Show, and then if you really, really want, you just pick up a K-Nick. Like, you don't need damage after your first 3 items.
Honestly, I forgot Terminus existed. I haven't seen it built, I think, in a little while. But
still, it's very much only on the on-hit champions, and we've not seen on-hit champions for the last, like, 4 patches.
Well, we are indeed seeing one now, as you rightly say. Ginsu's Rageblade has been picked up now by MKL. He's going to be able to compete in the damage stakes, but obviously he needs to be closer to the enemy to do it effectively, which of course is exactly what Slice and Kurosh want. You see, a vast majority, again, of Garden Gaming members are the top side of the Rift. Slice is in a position, has now been spotted out. I wonder if Garden Gaming want to just pull the trigger on Baron.
They definitely could. Like it also bears worth mentioning that the Varus changes that did shift him away from lethality reward you for just hard stacking into attack speed. You can break the attack speed cap. You are now a reset champion.
Low key has to flash out. Kanji looking for the chase down. MKL down to about a third of health. Kurosh trying to go in. We'll get the ultimate out from Squidly to keep that Lilia alive. And Baron is very much a distant hope at this point. Teams licking their wounds. We'll just go back to a wave.
Certainly will. Just to finish off the thought that I had very quickly. Something along the lines of... Yes, Varus. The changes have meant that you can not only break the attack speed cap, but you become a reset champion. You gain AD and AP based on your attack speed when you get a takedown. You are very much in the same vein as Jinx now, where one reset and you can start to melt for a fight. Problem is getting that first kill in this game.
Well, I don't know if Rich Gang are really going to struggle doing that. MKL?
No, yeah, MKL will.
No.
Oh, Slice!
Just about doing okay. In fact, that was the TP from Uzol. Trying to find the flank angle, gets punished. However, Gone Gaming now in a decent position for this Drake upcoming in 25 seconds time. They have, in fact, the complete run of the Rift, although all of the wards I see are blue. Typical does have the TP available. They are going to commit to get that second turret down in the mid lane. Even up again, that turret score is good. Garden Gaming have actually gained a slight gold advantage in recent moments. Typical. Going to get hooked up. Takes a bit of damage for his trouble. Are they going to want to pull the trigger? No. Third of health gone. Kurosh stepping in, being annoying as always. Garden Gaming kind of split though. They do need to be able to group back up as MKL took a chunk from the True Shot Barrage. Are going to be able to regroup in the mid lane, but that does mean that they are ceding the pressure that they had worked towards in the river. It does look like Rich Gang are going to be the ones to secure the ground.
Could be. Certainly will be. Rather not could be. That will be soul point for Rich Gang. And if you get this soul, you might just spell the end. I mean, 50% damage reduction on 2 assassins as you go lower health. It's going to get so difficult to deal with, especially as this Varus Terminus set only does so much.
Yeah, and also he's got to stack it up as well. Like, if he gets jumped on before the fight even starts, then it is going to be doing big old diddly squat if Kurosh can find him. And of course, LeBlanc, being that kind of champion that she is, doesn't even have to build or index fully into Mega Burst. And I mean, let's also remember that the defensive items have 120 AP on them each.
I was gonna say, it is the highest, outside of Death Cap, it is one of the highest AP items in the game. I'm not so sure we can call them defensive items anymore.
That still weirds me out. It's like, okay, Zhonya's and Banshee, the 2 defensive mage items, is what they are. And then Riot was just like, yeah, no, but we'll go 120 AP on them as well.
They weren't being built. Zhonya's was only being... It was basically just you were buying it for the active, right? Banshees was never getting bought. They needed to give you a reason to build them. And this is definitely reason enough. These burst champions suddenly have a reason to get these defensive items. And honestly, doubling up on them is not the end of the world anymore.
No, in fact, I find it quite fun to just go, okay, cool, get my my Lost Chapter item, and then good luck killing me.
Yep. Just really difficult to do anything into it, and you've got a Banshees and Azonya's waiting on the wings. Edge of Night completed for Slice as well, so trying to peel either of these assassins off of your AD carry suddenly just becomes so incredibly difficult.
Do you remember the conjecture that was happening on social media regarding the proposal of assassins to be given a tenacity item?
Yep.
I think, if I recall correctly, we were both vehemently against that.
Correct.
Good to just bring that one back up. Rich Gang have pushed into the river. They have set up their vision. Not a single sight of red anywhere near the river as Uzol getting jumped on. Chase through is happening. He is going to go mega though, so might be a challenge. Then again, he's going to get hit with the solar flare. He's going to be able to get out, but friendly bodies.
Excessive.
Ooh, and Slice again, actually looking for him. Health dropping even lower and lower. He is going to continue to step forwards though to try and body Typical away from taking this bot lane tier 2. Typical knows that Uzol has no way of realistically sticking around, especially when Mega ends, and so that turret will go down. The first of the tier 2s to fall. Rich Gang got to be looking for that top tier 1 though. Still hasn't fallen yet.
It looks so difficult to play as Garden Gaming. They really did draft themselves into a little bit of a corner, and I think that is being shown expertly here. They can't ever start fights, because they know that if they do, someone is getting one shot on the backside, and it's just a question of who. Is it MKL? Is it Uzol before he goes Mega? Is it Loki? Who dies when you start a fight here?
Right now, it's among many questions that Garden Gaming might have. Loki looking for an angle in, not quite able to find the swirl seed onto Mirai. They have been able to step in though, and a river that was almost entirely blue is now covered by a good amount of red side wards. There is that ward behind the pit that I would worry a little bit perhaps about engage coming through from, as Ermin has to flash away from the Zenith Blade engage. Garden Gaming again get forced out of the river.
Down again though.
It is, but it comes back quickly enough. Less than a minute cooldown.
I think we are in a game where we're waiting to see which piece of CC lands first to start a fight, because as things stand, there has been no fighting for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of been a bit of the old Mexican standoff. 50 seconds until the next Drake comes up. I feel like this is the one Garden Gaming have to sit and fight for, though. Otherwise, it would be just giving across the Chemtech Soul. They could obviously look to trade it for the Baron, but of course you are trading immediate gain for late game power.
That you are. He's going into the mid lane, but you don't have control. Rich Gang, we're looking at this river. Garden Gaming now able to just walk in completely uncontested. Hook doesn't connect, I don't think.
No, I think that I think got caught by the
unstoppable.
Yeah.
Squidly's in the back though.
Yeah,
so much damage to this Ezreal.
Plans and MKL dropping low. Typical able to find him on the back line, and Slice will take him down. Squidly isn't going to be able to do much. Loki goes golden, but will drop almost straight out. The Looting Bar will do some good work. Typical goes down, but it's still a 3v4. Loki looking to dip in and out. Hook lands onto Kanshir. Mirai trying to do the damage to Uzol. He's about to go back to Mega. Kurosh is looking for a recall angle. Has the TP up and available. He wishes to rejoin the play. Loki doing the damage. Where is Slice right now? Looking across the side. He is on vision though. He is on notice. Is Kurosh now looking for the angle in. Uzol was looking for the back line here. Kurosh tries to find Loki, not quite able to do it. Kanshir has found himself with Ermin and Loki dropping lower. Loki, however, will fall, doesn't have the Zonyas a second time round, and Rich Gang will be able to lock in the Chemtech Zone.
A very good fight coming out from them as well. Immediately blowing up MKL and then playing the fight slow enough for Kurosh to come back, and Kurosh and Slice just running through. This is how they need to be playing this game. And they are proving exactly why this double assassin composition, this standard Zed that is so used to being in the mid lane, works so well for them in the jungle.
All you need is just that little bit of faith, I guess, when you go forwards that the team is going to follow up, or at least, you know, set you up well enough so when that shadow goes down, whoever you have targeted is not going to live past that point. Gun Gaming situation starting to look rougher for them, but again, to their credit, the gold lead has not grown past 2k at any point this game, I think. They still have the angles to fight, but with these assassins, it's just, yeah, it's so difficult to be MKL.
Definitely is. 3 items now on the board, but as you say, that Terminus not going to do much of anything if you're immediately blown up before getting autos out. The Spirit Shojin completed for Mirai on the opposite side, and we're looking at a crit bloom for Kurosh not too far away. In fact, there it is, coming in as we speak. The Zonya's on the cards now for Squidly, is opting into a bit more of this magic damage. Riftmaker on the cards for Loki there on next item. True Shot Barrage just flying down the mid lane. 3 items completed for Slice in that Cyrilda's Garage now being completed as well. So even this front line going to start to struggle on the top side. 3 items apiece on both of these players too. So this gold lead really not too emphatically big. Most of it sitting in this mid lane. But generally speaking, things are going to start to get difficult from this point out.
Gun Gaming, they at least have vision in the river here, but you can see Rich Gang are positioning to clear it out. There it is. Control ward goes down, and the river will once again go dark. There is a ward there placed by Squidly to potentially allow Uzul to join the play once his TP is up in about 30 seconds time.
The Mega's just gone down.
Yeah, exactly. Squidly himself, though, needs to be kind of careful. Kansha looks for the angle in. True Shot Barrage won't find anybody. And, yeah, Squidly is probably just dead here. The tower is dropping quickly enough that the Galio, once he is no longer protected by its laser assistance, will just drop down. Uzul putting some good damage onto Typical at the moment, but he's now going Mega, and we still don't know if the fight is actually going to start. You know, Gun Gaming are mostly going to want to wait this out until Squidly comes back up. It's on Rich Gang to decide whether or not they'll start the Baron before that happens.
Slice sitting quite low, so the answer going to be a no for now. The catch onto Squidly, their prize for now. Gold lead now back at that 2,000 mark. We'll see if Rich Gang can continue to balloon this in their favor. Elder Dragon, 2 minutes and 45 seconds away. This is do or die for Garden Gaming. They need to make sure that that fight goes their way. Otherwise, everything, the game and match point, sails away from them very, very quickly.
These next few minutes are going to be crucial, as you say. Baron already up and awaiting. 2 minutes until the Elder Drake joins us as well. I'm still going to point at that goal difference and say, look, it's still only 2k between these two teams. A Slice gets caught by the Hook of Vermin, will lose his spell shield, but of course, cooldown on that item is pretty short, so unless they can really capitalize on it in the next 30 or so seconds, doesn't matter all that much. There is still some vision down. Rich Gang are just clearing all the waves off of the rift right now, trying to get as much gold in their pockets as possible before this inevitable next fight comes along.
Race against the clock. These two assassins looking, hunting. They find somebody on their own. They find one of these big carries. The game may slip away from Garden Gaming. Rich Gang just weeds, popping up in their nice, serene little place.
Oh, gets jumped on by Kurosh, but able to hop away pretty handily. And we're now coming down to cover. That's a vast majority now. Yeah, a vast majority of Rich Gang now situated towards the bottom side, so perhaps Baron was never their concern, really, and instead, with a minute until the Elder Dragon spawns, they now build up. Again, that complete chokehold over the vision in that bot side jungle.
Did you fall?
Make it impossible, like, not impossible. Yes, it does, sure. But with an Elder coming up in 40 seconds time,
that means you have to answer. You have to send someone to answer that top wave. You've got TP on Uzul and Squidly. You have to send someone to answer that top wave because one of them can just go up there now. They're not going to though. 30 seconds on this Elder, as you so rightly say. Rich Gang holds full control over the river entrance.
What happens instead? Garden Gaming are grouped up at the moment. If a fight starts, if Garden Gaming just goes, we want to play for time, and Uzol or somebody, or Squibbly, potentially both, could TP to try and make something happen. Crush looking for the back line. MKL jumps on again. The damage isn't really coming through though. In fact, Slice is the one who gets cut down, and Garden Gaming may have found their angle. Typical, trying to find
has no mana.
and go towards Loki. Loki finds the lilting lullaby onto 3. Kansha will drop. Mirai gets caught into the wall. Uzol has his number. The Ezreal is down, and just like that, Luna, 35 minutes into the game, it's Kurosh all alone in the jungle. Needs to get a recall off if he can. Loki is looking. Uzol is looking. And Rich Gang, they may have looked dominant for 35 minutes, but it's 36 is the number that Garden Gaming come a knocking as the base will be broken open. Kurosh is able to get back, but it's 15 seconds on Slice. It's 15 seconds on Kansha. This might just be it.
We've been here before. We've seen this in game number 1. The Nexus Towers, they fall all too fast. Kurosh trying to find any way forward, but MKL's just re-hitting. MKL, there's nothing stopping this Varus. He's dead. The Nexus is extremely low, and Garden Gaming equalize.
It's enough for Garden Gaming, and I was looking at that gold all that time. They never bled out. They never gave up. They kept even. They kept it close. And at the moment when it mattered, MKL did not die. Slice did. And Garden Gaming bring it to 1-1.
One team fight. That is all these last 2 games have hinged on. Is one team fight. That last team, Mirai had no mana. This Ezreal couldn't be free firing. There was no damage coming out of this champion. Those Mystic shots, they weren't flying because there was nothing left in the tank to fire them. Slice got one shot. That Edge of Night was poked off beautifully by a hail of arrows coming out of MKL before that fight even started. And Kurosh, there's only so much that LeBlanc can do when you're hitting onto 3 tanks. It's so hard if the fights don't go exactly your way, and they had up until that point for Rich Gang. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a series on our hands. We're going to at least 4 games.
And I can only commend Garden Gaming. They didn't get pulled into madness. They didn't get pulled into chaos. They did not take any fight that they did not deem worth it. They were even willing to give over the Chemtech soul. I mean, actually, the soul went over unwillingly, but they were giving a lot of dragons that they just went, we don't need to fight this. We scale. And much as we use we scale as a meme in this community, they scaled.
Scaled very quickly, in fact. Twice now, we have just seen a final push with the mid laner left standing to defend. The next towers, they fall oh so quickly. Not quite another 30-minute game, but it was very, very close to it.
Not quite a 40-minute game. We're at 36. We'll see if the games get shorter as the evening goes on. That's going to do it for game number 2, though, but you are not going to want to miss game 3 coming up in a few minutes' time. Garden Gaming showing that they've got some teeth and they are here to play. Back in a few. And we are back for game number 3 after Garden Gaming say 35 minutes of you winning pretty much every major fight don't mean anything to us.
Yeah, apparently draft can... my window is there. I don't know about... I know yours is behind you. But draft, we're going to take it, and we're just going to chuck it straight out the window today, apparently. Because, there's 2 games in a row I've called this draft is better, and 2 games in a row that draft has lost. So what does draft matter?
We can look a little bit deeper into that, because I think, on paper, Rich Gang had the stronger draft, but we did touch on it briefly that the onus of execution was much higher for Rich Gang's composition. And in the moment where it mattered, we saw some damage get dropped onto MKL, Slice go in and be unable to find his mark, and then die. And then MKL, still decently healthy, I think he was just over half health, was able to help the rest of the team run through the rest of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Edge of Night got poked off really early. But game 2 is in the past. Rich Gang back on red side for game number 3. We'll see if the bans get changed up.
Yeah, I mean, it may end up just being a case that, it's just red side diff. And having that counter pick opportunity or something like that ends up mattering more. The bans, again, staying pretty much identical. I wonder if Zeri's going to hit the bench again after it was banned in game number 2 by Garden Gaming. Is there anything that Rich Gang might want to look to get rid of?
Maybe the Lilia. We've seen it 2 games on the nod now. Garden Gaming sticking with that
both on red
solution.
By the way. Okay. To take away the Varus. And there is the Lilia. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so game 1 and 2, we saw it taken first rotation red side. Both teams seemingly thought that there was something more important, but it looks like the trade that is being made this series is that Lilia is kind of the place to be. Now, on paper, we saw that Slice was given the Zed. Like, theoretically, good matchup. But of course, Zeri goes unbanned, Leona goes unbanned. That's a very strong bot lane being locked in.
It's 3 games in a row now where the Leona has just been given across to Rich Gang. You'd think that after a point, you'd start just giving it on first pick to Garden Gaming. But, alas, not going to be the case. This game.
If Omen doesn't care all that much, Rel is still available. He had a perfectly fine game 1 there. And
oh no.
Fortune gets picked up. Oh no, why, Luna?
How are you ever bullet timing?
I have to expect this is a Rel repeat, though. Instead, no. Okay, Nautilus is the pick. Worth remembering, though, in a big team fight, bullet time, if it's cast before Melting Lullaby actually procs, then it doesn't actually end the sleep, and the bonus damage still applies, if I'm not much mistaken.
I believe so. I believe it's the same with most damage over time effects.
It's the Udyr.
Yeah. Nope. Okay. Your ID carry's not playing the game. Nope. It's not useful.
Well, again, let's remember though, Miss Fortune is sometimes quite a hard champion to pin down just by how fast she runs in general.
Yes. But 1, bullet time forces her to stand still. 2,
I mean,
you're not doing damage to anybody. 3, you build crit and you're still like locked behind bullet time. You can maybe get some damage down with your autos, but unless you're switching love tap target left, right, and center, it's very difficult to get this MF truly online. So I don't know. It feels like mid lane has to have something really, really good for Garden Gaming, because this pick has not only come out of nowhere and is in a lane that it's going to struggle into, but it's just going to get outscaled as well.
We'll see if Garden Gaming has some kind of master plan coming on pick 4 and 5. We do, of course, have one final ban to come through. Maybe take Korosh away from the LeBlanc, since it was kind of trouble last time around.
could do. It's definitely one of the things that stops MKL from being able to play the game. We shall see.
Yone does that too.
Yeah, Yone definitely does that very effectively. In that this Udyr still a bit of a flex. Can go top, can go jungle. Looks like it will be going jungle for Schleiss if this gets locked in, giving Kurosh that counter pick, which is very, very good in this situation. You got all the room to move. You got LeBlanc, you've got Akali, you've got Zed still. There's a lot of things you can pick up.
AD picks available as well. Jace that was banned in game 2 is open this game.
That's a point.
Give a little bit of an extra poke to this composition. I think you're fine going AP or AP, AD or AP for mid lane in this game.
Certainly are.
Waiting for a final lock in here.
Don't do it.
Do not hover Victor in my presence. The Gnar locked in. We're not going to comment on the final pick coming through. There it is. Squidly going back onto the Azir. It's not going to be time for Aurora just yet, unless Kurosh wants to pull her out. You seem displeased.
I don't know what Azir's doing here.
I mean,
like your damage onto the front line is fine because you can free hit them with soldiers. You're into an Ahri, which we know Kurosh is very, very comfortable playing. But my concern lies in the fact that your team fight. I mean, the Emperor's Divide is going to be fine for keeping Udyr out. It's going to be kind of fine for keeping Cassante out. But there's an Ahri, Azeri, and Leona who are just going to say, actually, no, we don't care about this ultimate, and just shrug it off. I'm a little concerned for how Teamfight's going to play out for Guardian Gaming, and once again, I think the onus is on them. This comp is a lot harder to play and to execute just at a base level because there's so much you have to think about on the enemy side. Rich Gang, they've come out of draft with an easier to execute, better draft, and as we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, ease of execution is king.
True, although I do think that there are some good angles. I like the Azir in the context of keep out. Just soldiers, you're not going to want to run through them for the most part. Emperor's Divide can keep people away so that this bullet time that we were questioning how MKL was going to have an opportunity to get it off, shove them away, possibly into low-key, into the Lilting Lullaby, throw a bullet time over the top. That is kind of just a one team fight.
It depends. It really depends. Because that relies on you hitting a 5-man Lilting Lullaby. You cannot have anybody get to this misfortune. If you only land it on 2 or 3 people, you can't really stand still to press the bullet time. It depends who it lands onto as well. I mean, if you're landing onto a typical Slice and Kanska, you're kind of fine. Because, I mean, Ari's only a real threat at that point. But if any one of those goes untouched, they just disrupt this MF too much. I don't know. I genuinely think the onus is on Guardian Gaming to prove me wrong here. To say, actually, our draft is better. We can execute this at a higher level. But at a baseline, RG win this for me.
Well, if Red Side buff is to be believed, that may be the case also as we join the Rift for our third game of the day. After Guardian Gaming evened it up in game number 2. We've got some returning picks. We've got Mirai back on the Zeri. Did a lot of work in game 1, of course. Kansha continues the streak of Leona. I mean, yep, she's just real good, yo.
Yeah,
now,
very, very much so.
The question is, what is going on here, actually? I was going to say, how much can this MF do? But Rich Gang might just be looking for an invade, and we'll spot it out. And he gets caught immediately. Charmed up, locked up, Flash will be followed. That's
and it goes to Mirai!
I mean, that's exactly who you wanted on, although I don't know why.
I know, that's what I mean, it goes to Mirai!
I feel like you still could have just gone, okay, let Zeri have it, rather than sliced flashing as well.
That's hard to communicate in the moment.
Yeah, true. I won't hold it against them too much. First Blood is indeed secured. And just, I guess, not quite paying full attention as the full team walks around the corner. Like, if he'd been able to buffer a hook, he was pretty much good as out, right?
Yeah, if you can buff the hook effectively and land onto a wall, you are pretty much fine there. Not the case, however. And Ermin will fall. And yeah, I mean, we saw the flip end of this in game 1. MKL was the one that started with first blood. Oh no, Ermin.
Not again. Already going to take a line share of the damage. To be fair, to his credit, MKL is able to trade back pretty well. The lane will even back out. I wonder if there's an argument for just taking Ermin off the Nautilus so we don't see quite as many crazy hooks.
Possibly. But at the same time, Nautilus is very strong in Leona. It's the age-old matchup of who can land their CC first.
Actually, who can land their CC second?
Well,
Usually.
yes.
I find.
Actually. That's a very good point.
We talked about it in game 2, that if Nautilus hooks in, he's often the one that comes off the worst for it, because Leona's CC is then sat there waiting to lock him down for the carry to do their work. Right now, though, NKL and Ermin are the ones that get the better of the level 1. So they're level 2 first, so they'll get to push on in. Both junglers, of course, tapping towards this bottom side of the rift. Typical will take a decent chunk off of Uzol. I mean, we saw how this matchup went in the last game. Uzol had the advantage early, but Typical, of course, not doing too badly. Has the Doran shield, has the hook. As holy moly, Batman, that's a lot of damage onto Kansha. He'll try and trade it back. Ermin doesn't have a flash of his own, just be able to step away. Loki still looking to step in, still looking to threaten, but Kurosh does have the first move out of mid lane. That said, they are still looking. Slice might have just about gotten away with it. In fact, Kurosh comes out of the mid lane, trying to put some damage down. Bot lane has moved also. Right now, it looks like they are going to pass like ships in the night. Kurosh took quite a chunk for his trouble, actually, and will be forced to take a reset.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the aim was there, but hey, to each their own, am I right?
Yeah, I honestly thought that was going to go really badly for Garden Gaming, but I think Kurosh maybe pulled the trigger a little bit too soon before support was there. And so they had to call off the play because, yeah, okay, you've got more numbers, but you've got a mid laner that was in real danger of dying. Didn't really go forward on that. The trades shall continue and be televised in the top lane. We will, of course, having the extra buttons to get more NKL. Take some damage and share. Drops low, but of course is in a position where taking a reset is not very difficult. In fact, it does look like he, alongside Mirai, will do just that right now. Cash in on that gold that they have gained in this time. Low-key also snuck on into the top side of Slice, of course, the advantage you have from Lilia clearing so quickly.
Certainly is. This game is all over the place. I'm not going to lie to you. It'll be interesting to see as this plays out.
Oh, there's 300 gold difference, so it's pretty much like just the first blood that is really contributing right now.
Yeah, but there's just a lot happening in the first 5 minutes, which is not what I expected out of this game.
I mean, it's a game that can go late, but they are still willing to throw punches. Mirai, of course, is going to end up pretty much stock dead even with MKL by clearing out that wave. Of course, the misfortune in question. Currently making their way back towards bot lane. Should be able to catch that wave on tower. Surely you don't try and commit to this. Charm actually landing. Ermin looking for the damage. Kansha comes over the wall. Should be enough to body block this out. Loki, however, is trying to make his way towards bottom side. He hasn't taken a reset yet on this Lily. And so this is going to be a Drake taken for free. And in fact, it may well be the first set of grubs get contested.
That they may. And that's concerning coming into this game, because you do not want to give grubs over to Ari Udiazari.
I certainly would prefer not to. We do see that Loki will get that reset off. Of course, the extra time spent out on the Rift does mean that he will come out of base with an amplifying tone up over Slice. If he'll path his way top lane swiftly enough, then it should be okay. We see Squidly taking the reset now, so with the TP and the fact that Uzol has pushed top lane, it should still be that Garden Gaming should be able to pick up these grubs easily enough.
I would imagine so. Stepping pretty freely up towards that. Slice on chickens, so no real contest coming through just yet. It's gonna be a much slower game.
Yeah, Kancha getting put on notice there, of course. Doing the Let It Rain means that you get full information on what's going on. Gun Gaming will indeed secure the first set of grubs uncontested. Means that gold-wise, we are pretty much dead even. That first trade of objectives has been completed successfully.
Transaction complete.
Yeah. And we're now waiting for the next big moment to happen. As you said, you thought that these junglers weren't going to really do much pre-6, apart from the assist Slice picked up on the level 1 invade. Yeah, nothing much has happened.
Exactly what we expect coming out of an Udyr. And yeah. I mean, Udyr, one of these champions that doesn't really gain anything from hitting that level 6 mark, so the ganks don't get easier, they don't get harder. It's more just a case of can you find the angle? And finding the angle is much easier when your opponent is ganking, because you're a very good counter ganking jungler.
Yeah. Also, level 6 is around the time that you are picking up, your first major piece of damage. And so, the point where Udyr becomes an actual legitimate threat in his own right.
Ah, yes. The double fated ashes on the junglers. This is the meta we live in, friends.
It's almost like they're getting nerfed next patch. Possibly for a reason.
Nah, surely not. No reason behind it, just it's what appeared on the spin the wheel for the balance team this week.
Don't say that. Don't give fuel to the fire of the people complaining on Twitter.
True, actually. Or, as production pulled on me earlier, what's Twitter? I'm x.com.
I refuse.
So do I. The joke was made to me earlier, I thought I'd pass it on to you.
Yeah, unless I'm on a broadcast that requires me contractually to call it that, then with me. Level 6 going through, Mirai taking a chunk. Fate is already a hunting. If they can look to get one or the other. Kancha has flash available. Will he be able to get out with it? I am not so sure. Flash forward. MKL will rack it up. And the double up doesn't need to find its double as he takes it down. Lightning Crash now coming through. Mirai trying to save the wave. Low key. Lurking nearby, Mirai. I think that ultimate was very much needed.
Yeah, just clearing out that wave, completely dissuading the dive. Very good use of that Lightning Crash there. Now we see everybody start to reset. Kills now traded back up evenly. Bloodthirster, the first item on the list for MKL, as is standard with Misfortune in the current meta. It'll be interesting to see where this goes. As we see, every component for that Bloodthirster now completed.
Meanwhile, one kill picked up by Garden Gaming as the charm lands. But more importantly, on both of the side lanes, we saw that there were plates picked up. Uzol got one top. MKL got the solo gold bot lane, which is why he's able to come back out of the base with such a bounty of gold. Uzol tipping back towards top as well. Pretty darn close to finishing up his Trinity Force.
Very close, indeed. Nah, one of the few champions that does not want to rush the Sheen in this item.
The pings. Slice is looking towards top side. Uzol not mega and will not be for some time. He's not careful. The chase coming in. Slice not able to find his mark though. Loki is relatively nearby, so the Lilia will be able to come in and spook him away. As we see, Drake coming up, 20 seconds time. Grubs will be coming up very shortly as well. Do you think like 6 grubs for 2 Drakes is worth it?
I think it's a fine trade to make, but that's my big problem with the Udyr in this game. There's no much
Oh
follow-up.
no, Squidly!
Kancha
Flash is going to be able to shove the way back, shuffle out. And Kancha, with no flash to speak of, will just get scooped up into the waiting embrace of the tower.
Fell straight into the waiting arms of Squidly there. I don't know if that was just yeah, I don't know if that was just I think we can kill here, but immediately shuffled under the tower with the Emperor's Divide. Leona, your Zenith Blade always puts you behind the enemy, so if you're ever doing it onto Nizza, you're guaranteed to get tagged by a backwards-facing shuffle.
With that, Garden Gaming are able to secure all 6 grubs. Slice in the bottom side jungle right now. He's able to dodge away from the hook of Ermin. Of course, Drake is nearby. Slice will be able to safely secure the red buff. God damn it, they seem to be questioning a little bit whether or not they want to contest. It seems like the answer is no for now.
Yeah, it's Ocean Dragon, not too upsetting to give across. You have not got some of these bigger ultimates, that depth charge, that Emperor's Divide, both on cooldown. No real reason to be looking to fight this in this current moment. Dragon will go across, it's 2 for 2 on a Cloud Soul again. Much less impactful this time, but still looking at Lilia, looking at Na, looking at Zeri, looking at Ari. Still very happy to have.
Cloud Soul, again, is just one of those souls that you can't really ever complain about having. It's just really nice. Rotations are better.
It's definitely one of the least impactful ones, but yes, you are not wrong.
Is it though? I feel like...
Yeah. That it only works, like the actual soul portion, the actual soul portion of it.
My statement would be, is that Cloud Soul is the soul you feel the least, but is actually giving you a lot more than you realize.
The soul portion of it is relatively unimpactful for a lot of champions. Take MF, for example, right? You stand in one place while you're ulting. Yeah. How are you using movement speed in that situation? Or champions like Udyr, your ult is on like a 12-second cooldown, the soul itself is on a 30-40-second cooldown. You know, but if the champions that don't... Oh, Mirai.
Kurash. In some trouble there. Kancha does stutter step back to ensure a double up cannot find its intended target. And this is what we was talking about. There's enough CC on the Nautilus alone that you've got to be fearful of just a bullet time out of nowhere.
It is until you start getting to this team fight stage that bullet time is going to be deadly if you're not careful. But yeah, I think Cloud Soul is... It works the least in tandem with the majority of the cast. I think, again, you're never going to complain about having it, but a lot of champions can't use it effectively compared to an Infernal, or a Hextech, or a Mountain, or an Ocean, which just are generally good for everybody.
Control Wards going to get cleared on out by the side of Rich Gang, as Shelly will be joining us shortly. Loki is here on the mid lane, waiting for the rest of the team to come up and provide support. Mirai taking a decent chunk of damage, though. The love taps do stack up very quickly, but Slice has already started this one up. It doesn't look like Garden Gaming are in a good position to contest.
Uzol being kept out by Typical on that top side.
As you said, yeah, Uzol not able to join the play and has already gone Mega, so it does look like this will just be given across. Garden Gaming shouldn't be too sad about that, though. Slice will speed his way out. MKL, in the meantime, was just chilling out on the mid wave, continuing to build up that CS, now around a 30 CS advantage over Mirai, and yeah, those autos hurt.
Third game in a row, Rich Gang has secured themselves that Herald. We'll see if they can use it to effectivity in this one. Bot tower.
It's the third game red team ready to secure, but God Gaming definitely got it last game.
Red
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes. Absolutely, fully certain.
Oh, Christ, Typical, just dead in the top lane.
Yeah. Uzol able to find an angle, and the Cassante will drop down. I don't know if he's got enough damage to secure the whole tower, especially since Typical does have TP up and available. 20 seconds left in the death time as well. Mirai trying to get a reset, will not be allowed to. The waves continue to be shoved in. Garden Gaming in a pretty good position right now, nearly 3k up. Remember, that's more than any advantage Rich Gang had in game 2.
It was. Slice looking onto Uzol.
Chief coming down to try and help out. Typical will be trying to join in as well. Who gets the better of this though? Slice dropping low. Uzol trying to find the space, but he will not be able to survive. Slice will pick that one up. Squidly still looking to Barney a little bit, but they will be able to disengage Rich Gang. They will be able to punish Uzol for his transgression of taking the tier 1 move life.
Yeah. Immediately punished for the transgression against Rich Gang, as they so see it. It does get the tower nonetheless. That bot lane tower has fallen as well. I do believe this is the first game for Garden Gaming
Rich Gang.
where they have been up in towers.
Oh, right. I thought you were saying Crush is about to take first tower for Rich Gang. Yes, I believe so. There was a period of time in Game 2 where they were behind, but they did end up with overall advantage. Obviously, I mean, turns out breaking the base will tend to do that. 10 seconds until
You know what I mean.
Yes. 10 seconds until the next Great Garden Gaming Zone might be in a little bit of an awkward situation. Solar Flare lands on them, and he's just going to get it. There's not really much the Nautilus can do there. And Uzol's already gone Mega as well. Got to be careful. He's going to have to crunch on out of the pit. Already a man down. Garden Gaming, it might just be the case that they have to give up the soul point. 5 minutes. The clock is awaiting for the potential soul to be picked up for it.
Been here before.
That we have. How does it compositionally stand though? Because this is 3 uncontested breaks. In game 2, Garden Gaming got the first 2 and then waited it out.
Very dangerous. You give this Cloud Soul over now, not only are you looking at a 26-minute Elder, you're also, what, like 26, 30-minute Elder, you're also staring down a Zeri and an Ahri with Cloud Soul without a dragon to your name, no buffs to be spoke of. Herald dropped in the mid lane. This tower should just be forfeit by...
Engage, MKL, all of that CC dropping, and that is a nice easy shutdown. Loki now coming in to try and do some work. Slice is very low, but he is being guarded very well by the rest of the team. Swiftly looking for the angle. Also, Loki trying to find the Loki Lullaby, but drops before he can do so. And now the rest of Garden Gaming are forced to flight. Ermin will drop also before the fight is done. Can they stop Shelly from getting another charge? They can. They gave up a lot to do it.
Turns out, my initial assessment was right. Drop CC on the MF's head, she can't really do anything.
I mean, it certainly helps that MCL did not have flash available at the time. If you're able to...
Or cleanse. No, the cleanse was up, it was used.
No, cleanse was used, but there was too much CC.
Yeah, I'm gonna bank that one and say that probably what's gonna happen for the next few fights, flash or no. Bullet time is not going to see much use from this point on in the game, I would have thought. MF's gonna turn into a right-click bot and hope that you can get those love taps going down. Does have to press the attack though, which makes that problematic, because you have to hit the same target 3 times, because love tap only applies on the first attack against a new target.
Yeah, but all you need to do, since the change of how press the attack works, rather than it being damage to the selected target, if you start the fight by landing the attacks necessary, and remember that MFQ also provides on-hit effects, so I believe that also counts towards stacking the PPA.
You're correct. There's a slight problem using double up for it. If you double up someone for it, and that double up then hits someone behind them, you've reset your stacks.
Really?
Yeah.
What if he... That's actually kind of hilarious.
Well, I found that out through practice, by the way. I was sat there, there's a fight happening, I'll finish this in 1
Loki
second.
into trouble, the health dropping, able to
Bye-bye.
flash out, is burning down.
Rush.
Rush comes on in. Is the tick going to be enough? MKL, again though, has been found out on his lonesome. And this chaos
Nash has
crew
just spawned.
of the rich gangsters looking to make more come through. Baron is indeed up. I don't know if they'll want to start out just yet. Kurosh feels like he is well positioned to pick up another kill. Ermin does not have flash. It will be pretty simple for Kurosh to set that one up. And yeah, there's no one really worthwhile to try and change this one. Baron will be picked up by Rich Gang. Uzol going to chill out on the bottom lane, try and get a tier 2 for his trouble. Try and save what was a pretty disastrous one.
20-minute Baron. Going across to a team that can siege like there's no tomorrow.
Rich Gang remembering who they are, quite simply. Like, game 2, it felt like the chaos factor had kind of gone away. And they were not trying to force Garden Gaming to play to their tempo, and we saw what happened. Garden Gaming came out on top. In this game number 3 though, Rich Gang They're finding their leads, they're finding their advantages, and they are making Garden Gaming make a choice. All right, are you ready for this? No? Fantastic. You died.
I'm gonna be honest, we can't keep giving Mirai Zeri.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well, I would say. 3-0-4 right now. And we got to shout out Kurosh as well. He has found catch after catch with charms. Set was part of the setup for the first blood, of course. From there, has been picking up kill after kill. Already has Malignance, already has Leandri's Torment as well. 10 stack on a Dark Seal also, if he feels confident enough to potentially turn that into the book. And with 20 seconds until the Cloud Drake spawns, looks to me like Garden Gaming are going to have to kind of pull a miracle out of their hat if they don't want to give the soul over.
Yeah, it'd be a magical situation to secure this. There's no Aurora. There's no magic coursing through the veins of a magician this game. See Slice starting up this objective. Garden Gaming,
stuck on
just not working in.
They are looking, but it's a little bit late, and Kurosh is already awaiting on the flank. TP coming in, Uzol is going to join the play. Dragon is down.
Oh my god, the charm landed.
Help. Charm did land as the soul will get picked up. Bullet time goes across, but it's not finding its intended targets. Uzol goes mega, but gets charmed up before he can do anything, and now Typical is body blocking the entirety of Garden Gaming from doing anything as the rest of Rich Gang barrels down the mid lane. Tier 2 turret is going to drop before Garden Gaming can do anything, and the inhibitor might well follow.
Very nicely done. Dragon take from Rich Gangsters. Allow them to break open the base for the first time this series. The base is wide open without a final push to end it out. Top lane maybe next on the list. The Wave in a decent spot for it. All members of Garden Gaming shifting up towards this top side now. Bar Uzol sat in that bot lane, trying to generate pressure.
He's doing a decent job of it, but unfortunately, he's not been able to convert it. In these fights, Uzol has not been able to find the Gnar to set up for a fantastic bullet time over the top. And to be fair, MKL's never been in a position to land the bullet time over the top, really, because, of course, all of these Rich Gang members have been right in his face. Kurosh will force the flash out of Uzol, and they're still chasing. Typical will decide to think better of it. There's still plenty of turrets available outside of Garden Gaming's base here. Tier 1 in bot lane will drop after 24 minutes. Set their sights on the remaining tier 2s. Look at the gold as well. Garden Gaming, they had a 3,000 gold advantage. After that elongated passage of play, it's now Rich Gang that are up nearly, I said nearly 4, nearly 3, just over 3.
In on game as it stands. Very hard to play out. Looking at a 29-minute Elder spawn. And based on inventories, no item is like to be completed in that time for Garden Gaming, so they are about as strong as they're going to be, bar maybe the wit's end on the top side. Both Squidly and MKL seemingly miles away from their next item.
Okay. They go from chaos to composure. They have 3 members towards bot side. Typical pushing in mid lane. Kurosh pushing it in top lane. Garden Gaming, again, being forced to react to all of this pressure. Now, the waves aren't perfectly synced. Sure, that's fine. Sundisk will only defend for a short while before the waves start cascading back into the base of Garden Gaming. Super minions will, of course, keep that push going. Squidly gets absolutely melted. He's lucky to survive. The tier 2 in top lane takes about half its health before the rescue squad can arrive. Happy with their prize. They will wander into the jungle and claim some more. Slice has now gone up in CS over low-key after being behind for so long.
Nasher in 45.
Yep.
Very close to just taking another fight and potentially ending this game out. Rich Gang, very happy in the current situation. 3 items strong on Mirai, 3 items strong on Kurosh, with a crit bloom ready and waiting to complete. The book has been bought, the library card coming forwards. The Soul Stealer ready to sate its appetite, satiated by the living essence of Garden Gaming.
We're still looking, still looking for hooks. I respect it, but we're looking for this play. Squidly TPing into the mid lane. We'll look to try and take down the tier 1 here first. Rich Gang have already pulled the trigger. The Baron's health is already dropping, 9,000, 8,000, going lower. It looks like Garden Gaming, instead of contesting, are going to try and get as much gold as possible before the fight starts. Typical has found the catch onto Loki, trying to get in as Red Team will secure the Baron. Ermin and Uzol are surviving for a good while. MKL now joining the play. He's got to be careful how he positions. Kancha is unable to find his mark. Kurosh go dominating. Rich Gang are doing their very best to get away. Loki tries to find Mirai, but he's not got enough damage to make it happen. Rich Gang get away. Full member standing. Mirai does not burn to death off of, despite Loki's best efforts. Squidly and MKL, I don't think they're even going to get this tier 2 in mid lane either. In fact, MKL is just going to get run down for his trouble. Locked up, and no flash is going to save you in this situation. Slice picks up another. After that Baron play went so badly wrong, it has exploded the game. Rich Gang now 12-3 and marching down the mid lane.
Just like that, the base now in the eyes of the Rich Gangsters, ready to claim it as their own turf. Squidly and Aramin, the only ones left standing.
Respawns coming through though. Kurosh taking a lot of damage, doesn't quite drop down. Mirai goes unstoppable, trying to free fire through. Uzol is able to clear out the way. The has respawned also. The Nexus turrets will stand a while longer. 10 seconds
on
until
Elder.
the Elder Drake spawns, however. Rich Gang, they need to take their resets or just go on the play. There's 30 seconds until Squidly respawns. They will be at a numbers advantage no matter what. Garden Gaming are sprinting out of their base to try and join and to try and do something to interrupt this play. Kurosh is now here. Typical will be here in just a moment as well. Kancha, of course, taking the damage, but the Solar Flare onto 2. Loki has been locked out and put in the box. Uzol being chased down. Another Zenith Blade out of Kancha will do its work. Kurosh is just going to TP to the mid lane. It's all done. Squidly has a mountain to climb in order for this game to continue. Sundisk goes down to try and delay the way, but Kurosh is pushing him all the way back to his towers. Slice goes in. Kancha goes in. You may be the Emperor, but you aren't no longer. The towers will drop. Rich Gang, it's 3 for 3 for Red side, and they go to match point.
And once again, we see a mid laner left trying to defend the tatters of a base that does not stand a chance. Elder not needed for Rich Gang as they bring their way forwards to match point.
3 Red side wins, 3 mid laners trying against all odds to defend in a situation where they simply cannot. There's some serious story to this series. So many parallels.
We are seeing the same thing over and over and over. The mid lane
Pretty
left
much.
defending the base in a 1v4 off the back of some kind of objective fight that doesn't quite go the way of the team you want it to. And the big game just ends randomly out of nowhere. Except game 3, it wasn't really out of nowhere.
We'll have to find out, of course, if we are going to 5, though. Garden Gaming, they've shown that they can take a win. Find out, of course. I assume they go back to Red side here. It has been the winningest side.
Are we going to see
games
4 games
row.
win for Red side? Or are we going to finally see Blue side take a game?
We'll find out after this break. Be back soon for game number 4. Welcome back, everybody, as we find ourselves on the precipice. On the precipice. I can speak English. It's my first language. I on the
It's
precipice
your only language.
of. Shut up. It's on the precipice of the end of the first series of NLC Div 2 playoffs as Rich Gang took game number 3 in a more convincing fashion than we saw them in game 1.
Yes.
Which gives me a good deal of hope that they are finding their rhythm now. The question is, what can Garden Gaming do, now back on the red side, by the way, to counteract the crazy, as we saw them do quite well in game 2?
Please go back to meta. Just go back to double AD carry. It worked pretty well for you in game 1. Game 2, I'm going to be honest, it looked like a bit of a fluke win for Garden Gaming. And then game 3, it was just a complete stomp. Go back to what worked for you so well and what kept the game so close in game number 1. You're not going to beat Rich Gang at their own game.
And anywhere specifically, because of course, in bot lane especially, we saw the Varus, which is not exactly meta.
No more immobile AD carries.
Thank you for following. I know that was a very slow pitch, but thank you for picking that one up. Where's the Ezreal gone? Why are we not just picking the
Ezreal.
mobile safe carries?
Zeri. Sure, Lucian and Kai'Sa have been
Okay,
banned away every game this series, but
to be
Ezreal,
fair, Mirai
Zeri.
has been playing Zeri 2 of those games, and they banned it the third. So now they're on the red side as well. Like, unless Rich Gang decide they want to B1 it,
It has been
yes,
picked away from them. Both games, they were on blue side and could have B1'd it.
true.
I'm
Well,
just saying.
now they're on red side. I wonder if Rich Gang want to prioritize something else, and then they can be the ones to take this area away.
Honestly,
I
don't
think
even
Rich
need
Gang
it.
should just B1
You
it.
can still ban it. Just take the Ezreal or take any one of the numerous mobile AD carries in the game. Please. Please.
The thing is, I feel like Rich Gang can just B1 this area though.
They can.
Like,
That's what I'm saying. You
do they
ban it.
really need to be? Do they actually need to B1 Leona for Kancha 4 games in a row? I don't know if they really do.
That's why I'm saying just ban it. Just ban the Zeri.
Yeah.
And pick one of the other multiple immobile AD carries. They've also banned Kai'Sa every single game they've been on blue side as well. Another very crazy concept to me. She is arguably the strongest AD carry because she's so incredibly versatile at the moment, and she's just being banned away on blue side. It's crazy to me.
Well, now they're on red. We'll see if they want to change up their phase 1 bans, because they have kept it pretty much the same for most of these games.
Take the Kai'Sa Zeri trade for one. But Rich Gang have played very heavy.
Well, we see a lot of very similar things. Lucian gone, Kai'Sa gone, Gwen gone, Zeri gone.
Ash
First pick
gone.
Leona. First pick Leona.
Responded
into
with by Lilia Varus.
Varus. Well, Lilia not yet confirmed. In fact, they are going to
Okay.
take the Rel second. That does not mean that the Lilia could be picked up by Rich Gang.
It does. I'm terrified. I was going to say, given the drafts that Rich Gang have thrown down, you can just play Xayah and be perfectly fine. They're playing such heavy dive, but that's not going to happen. And if this is locked in, good luck.
I mean,
Just
you were
good luck.
saying not. Well, you were saying don't go non-meta picks, and then you say pick Xayah. So
She is not non-meta. She isn't as strong as some of the meta, but she's not non-meta because she's always good into dive. Please, for the love of Christ, do this. Karosh's Ezreal is insane. Please.
Do they want or necessarily need to do it first rotation though?
No, but why not? You hide jungle, you hide top. You allow for this third pick to be something good for you.
Nah. There we go. Yeah, that's the slice I know and love. Picking up the Viego, which, considering how snowbally fights have been for Rich Gang, that feels like a slam dunk for me.
Yes, certainly is. Very happy with this pick. Little concern the Felios is going to get banned away in second rotation. It's not the only carry you can take. I do want to see this Ezreal go mid though. Rich Gang just go back to meta, go to what's strong, and allow themselves the best angle forwards coming into game number 4 to close this out cleanly. Corki is locked in. Israel has a solid matchup into it, and we saw in game number 1 that this kind of worked. I still have the big problem though of having a mobile AD carry in the bot lane. Sure, the Aphelios just as immobile, but has a range advantage and plays more like a burst mage than an AD carry in current meta. So if you do take it, you are looking to play your maximum range with Moonlight Vigil into ability combos to immediately one-shot someone.
The thing I see here though is that, granted, MKL locked in the Varus without knowing about the Viego, but Viego does not dive backline anywhere near as effectively as we saw with the Zed and with LeBlanc. Now,
It doesn't need
there
to.
is the potential where you could ban the LeBlanc as well, and then finding the backline is actually quite difficult, and MKL might have the opportunity to leverage this power. There goes the LeBlanc.
Nidalee ban is an interesting one. You don't need to dive the backline as this Viego, because if you can kill the Rel or whatever other front line that Garden Gaming throw at you, you then have free access back to this Varus anyway.
Well, final ban is going to be the Rumble, which made it all the way through to second rotation of bans. We now need to see jungler or a top laner coming out. This should be jungle because, I mean, obviously you want to give Uzol the best hope of success possible. And okay, I was thinking, wow, okay, damn, they left the Lilia up until that point. Instead, it is going to be the Brand for low-key.
Not bad. Don't hate it. I think it could be better, but don't hate it. Finally giving Uzol that counter pick. Don't pick Gnar with it. I beg of you. I'm gonna go with the Orianna. I really wanted to see the Ezreal go mid here. I think it would have been really solid. I mean, the Orianna's fine. We'll do fine into the Corki in lane. You don't really have the best ball delivery. You've got Leona. That's arguably the only one you've got.
That's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. And
it depends on who she gets onto. Because I mean, every game so far, Kansha has been diving onto someone who's split off from the fight, which completely takes away ball delivery. The Ornn, however, will allow for the setup to be twice as good. Just throw that Ram, Call of the Forge God, straight through the enemy team and allow Kansha an easy solar flare to then allow for ball delivery to be perfect. Uzol has to pick something really good to contest this.
This Rich Gang squad looks to really thrive in the big team fights. I was wondering for a second if Alawi might do the trick. They play it safe. They pick up the Cassante.
I don't like it. Why are we putting our split pusher carry top laner on tanks 4 games in a row?
Camille was open as well. Can we get the draft off the screen? Hopefully it'll reduce Luna's pain. You see, like, genuinely suffering there, friend.
I'm fine. This is fine. Everything's okay. I trust Garden Gaming, although Rich Gang do just win this draft.
Let's look at the angles then.
They listened. They went back to double AD carry, at least.
They did. They have a pretty standard, a really easy to execute team composition. To their credit. There are some scary ultimates, certainly, on the side of Rich Gang that are going to need to be respected. Shockwave, none the least. And this is a different kind of draft, though. And I do wonder how MKL sits in it, because the backline access is nowhere near the same as it was in Game 2. Which means that if he can dodge away from Solar Flare, if he can avoid both, or at least one half of Call of the Forge God, then I feel like he's not taking so much damage that he's getting deleted immediately after.
No, but he's also very short range, as is the Corki. And the difference to a Corki is the Corki has an easy way out. With Varus, you only really have the Chain of Corruption. My biggest concern in this game for MKL lies entirely in whether you can actually get your autos out. Because if the answer is no, you might as well bite the bullet and just build lethality.
Doesn't seem like that's the case. We've got press the attack once again. Looks like MKL will try and keep it stock and standard and hope that in a straight up fight they are able to do it better than Rich Gang, which in Game 2 we saw that they were able to pull off. Again, they didn't take fights. They didn't bleed out. They just chilled, they waited for their moment, and when they found it, they took it and they won the game.
That they did. We'll see if they can do it again, but for now, draft heavily favoring Rich Gang. I mean, look at some of the resets Viego can get in this game.
Oh, yeah. The question is, Garden Gaming, this is the point where pressure does need to, start to pile up. This is match point. Granted, we've already mentioned it before. If they lose, they're not out. They just have to go and fight against Lazy in Life. So it's not the worst situation to be in. But of course, that upper bracket lifeline is really, or can be, extremely crucial if you want to maintain the longevity of your playoffs run.
Certainly can. Having access to that safety buffer for longer, definitely a nicer situation to be in. We'll see if anything funky happens in the bot lane this game. Every game so far, I think we've seen first blood towards this bot side.
Yep, they are not afraid to fight, these bot lanes. And I like to see it. Squidly getting the early push. Of course, Kurosh is able to trade quite effectively, though. Command attack greatly outranges the autos of Corki. And so while he has the early push, he is effectively trading health for that push.
Yep, you have that going for you at the very least. Okay, I have to shout out Typical. We have a choo-choo captain in the top lane.
Captain?
Yep, we have a choo-choo captain in the top lane.
As someone who genuinely likes trains, and like, don't at me, I know it's an autistic thing. Squidly might be in some trouble. It's stunned up, has to flash. And Slice already making things happen though. Squidly trying to push and now is in considerable danger after the fact. In fact, look at Slice. He's just waiting on the Moonlight.
Yep. Loki gonna have to try here.
Will get the damage down, doesn't get the passive procced off. Smites are available for both junglers. Squidly is going to move across. Slice still looking to contest this. It does get picked up by Loki. Kansha will show up to try and make something happen. It is a little bit too late. Mirai is moving. Way too late for anything to happen, and it might be in some trouble now. Zenith Blade does not land. Q does not find its mark either, though. Mirai going to put some good damage down onto Ermin. Meanwhile, they are slapping each other silly in the top lane. Uzol trying to step away. Typical. Brittle proc would be coming through in just a second. The flash used by Typical. Meanwhile, Loki possibly in a little bit of trouble. Slice going low after the brand passive coming through. Ermin flashes to try and find the angle. Mirai is going to have to flash himself, but he gets caught up, locked up, and the damage will be enough. Ermin burning down. Kansha will be able to pick one back up. MKL, however, is able to get one, but in the meantime, Loki gets punished by Kurosh and Slice, who are then going to walk their way into the bot lane, and Kurosh is going to get himself a second.
Once again, we're seeing all the action happen around the bot lane, and it's not going in the favor of Garden Gaming. Oh boy, we're in for a bumpy ride, friends.
So, in the plus common, MKL got a kill, Mirai didn't. The problem is now, Squidly is going to have a horrific time of things. He hasn't got flash, Kurosh has already got a lost chapter, and double buffs. Squidly is now going forwards to try and punish. Kurosh does not have flash, but I don't know how much it'll matter. Okay, low-key, you can put a little bit of damage down. But that just means that Kurosh can farm under turret. Uzol, a little bit low, stuck around for a little bit longer, of course. We'll be able to get back and get his buy off now, though.
So we will be able to just step forward, step back rather, get themselves little bit of power coming back into the lane, although it was just a tier and boots, maybe not so much power. Looking forwards, dragon up and available grubs up in about a minute or so.
I'm interested where these junglers are going to prioritize in these early stages, Ermin. Looking to put some damage down as we walk into the pause.
Oh,
not very long,
back.
Though. Thank goodness for that. We are going to go straight on back into the play here. Ermin put some damage down onto Kansha, but is taking a lot back for his trouble, and this is what we were saying. He who goes first often will be the one that comes out of the fight the worse off.
Doesn't help that Rel into this Ezreal does have a hard time. The Ezreal able to rain down hell from quite a ways away.
Still looking. Result now back in the lane, will be able to find an angle to drop the all out. Can he get the damage? The flash on the flashless, Typical. And Uzol will be able to get top lane running. Ermin getting jumped on. Both of the junglers now looking to enter the play. Slice will be taking some damage. There's the Brown passive proccing. Loki is able to be heads up enough to prevent Slice from making more chaos happen in the bot lane.
Seems like the bot lane happy to make the chaos happen for themselves, though. Each fight's going very, very close. Garden Gaming just going to look to take on the first dragon. Slice shifting off towards that top side. Imagine looking to contest the grubs on the side.
Yep, get that trade going. They know that Uzol isn't in top lane right now after taking the recall after killing Typical. So it will be that trade. We'll be able to continue to push this one out. Right now, again, gold. Dead even. Kills. Dead even. We're talking about how dominant Rich Gang have been. But these early games, at least, Garden Game is keeping pace with them.
That they are for now. We shall see if that continues to be the case throughout the game, as MKL taking a bit of an awkward reset there. The wave not in the best place for it. That will slowly shove out, I believe.
Punch has gotten bored of being in bot lane.
Yeah.
He is rolling on out to help Slice steal away the red buff. At the moment, since Loki is just coming out of base, there's not really much he's going to be able to do about that one. We'll just have to concede, take the L, and go back to farming his other camps.
Was taking on Vision. It's the chickens now next on the list of things to steal away.
Look at Squidly. He just doesn't get to have any fun here. Ermin is trying to contest here. Pyroclasm coming across. Slice does have an ultimate available, and there will be the kill picked up. Squidly needs to get away. They are going to look to abscond. Slice did drop to the damage of Loki, and the teams will slide on away from one another. The jungle is just a little better off.
Almost able to get the sole possession onto Ermin there. Slice not quite able to pull it off. So unable to get that mini heal off that would save from the burn of Loki. Seems fighting for nothing, though, is the name of this game.
And slices towards the top side. Expecting more coming through. Uzol should be able to get on out, but does actually get... I love when you can proc the brittle just off the Q pillar coming out of the ground. That's always been fun.
It's always funny, because it's like, oh, you didn't think this did damage, huh?
I mean... I think people are familiar enough with Ornn now, at least, that
I don't know, you'd be
knowledge.
surprised the number of times I see it happen.
Oh. Yeah, I suppose. Gun Gaming, they will be able to step in and get a little bit of the invade damage done of their own. Loki is keeping up decently well with Slice. Of course, not taking the death in that previous fight does mean that we will continue to build up that little bit of an advantage for the time being. It's a while yet until the next Drake joins us. So we are back to even Stevens. Just waiting for that spark to erupt in a fight to materialize.
Could be a little while yet. Although his team's not afraid to fight for no reason, as we see another solo kill from Uzol in the top lane.
I mean, he's not on his Camille, but oh well. Still taking those W's. Loki. And Slice. In fact, Squidly as well. I just saw him towards the top side. Lurking around. And nothing will come of it as yet.
Bot lane.
They're looking for it, but... do they really need anything to happen right now? Garden Gaming have actually managed to build up a little bit of a CS advantage, mostly off the back, of course, of Uzol having the run of the top lane 2 levels up over typical right now. Very much winning the battle of the poles in top lane.
Certainly is. Slice ready to punish the over-aggression of Garden Gaming.
There it is! Ermin in some trouble, is going to be able to flash away from the True Shot Barrage, and to his credit, get out with his life.
Slice stunned up, not able to follow through with that Heartbreaker. Would have spelled the end for Ermin and possibly MKL as well. Mirai completely out of mana, though.
Yeah, they are going to have to take a reset off of this one, which I kind of think was part of the reason Slice was there, simply, was just let your bot lane get a reset. Turns out Garden Gaming do overplay their hand a little bit, and again, Uzol might be in a little bit of trouble as Slice makes his way towards top lane. Call the forward god now coming through the flash will keep Uzol safe as Loki is able to take the scuttle, but Grubs, that's a little bit of a jump too far as Kurosh will make his way out of mid lane, make his presence felt yet again, which means, again, Rich Gang get the full-on Hex Rub.
Very unintentional play from Typical there. Aggro's the Grubs, allows Slice to jump on Loki with the backup of Kurosh in that shockwave, because of course the Grubs are going to block Loki's entire kit. You see 6 Grubs going across to Rich Gang, and now they can be on the bot side ready to contest this dragon as well, although Slice just happy to stick towards his top set. It's a Hextech Dragon, which means we are looking at potentially a repeat soul from games 1 through 3.
Quite possibly. Obviously, we've seen what Cloud and Chemtech so far. So, you know, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing like a mountain.
I wouldn't mind seeing an ocean this game.
I mean, yeah, both do pretty good stuff. He's all fighting up against Typical, having a very bad time of it, actually going all out to try and survive. The healing coming through is more than enough, however. The confidence is rewarded. Uzol picks up another kill. Will get a plate for his trouble also.
Sante's starting to become a little bit of a problem.
What happens later in the game, though? Like, this is not a Camille. You are not going to be able to delete it.
You're still probably going to just one-shot an Ezreal or an Orianna if you get to them.
Yeah, fair. I mean, yeah, Sante.
Speaking of Ezreal...
speaking of Brand a little bit, as the TP now coming in, Rich Gang putting all of their members towards the bot side. Slice goes too far though, and Squidly will be able to pick him up. Typical coming in, Uzol will match it with a TP of his own. Pick up another kill also. And right now, Garden Gaming doing exactly what they need to do. They're building up the gold advantage. They are weathering the storm of Rich Gang's plays. They're looking at a decent spot. Are we going 4 for 4 on red side?
We might be, although I'm a little concerned. Kurosh's build, it's built for blowing up squishies. How in the world are we dealing with Xante? Luden's companion, not made to kill through tanks, doesn't have those burn items that you need.
Yeah, they got Bork on Slice, it's fine, right?
That's what I'm gonna keep telling myself. We'll see as time goes. As Kurosh is just getting auto down.
Yep, I mean, double buffs will do that. Slice
has
been found out as well. Heartbreaker will be used. The chase down now coming through. He is pretty swift, but may still be able to get away. And not able to land the stun. And Slice will be able to get out with his life. It does mean, though, that he is going to have to give up a decent chunk of his top lane camps.
It's not a great situation to be in, as Slice, that Shattering Lands missing is a big plus. Doesn't mean you don't die, you do lose so much off the back of it.
Team's turret has been destroyed.
And with Ocean Soul now ready and waiting, that's the soul that we are left with.
Yes, indeed. You were talking about how you wanted it. Garden Gaming, they already have 2 Drakes to their name, 2.5k up. They pick up the Rift Herald also, after taking first Drake in the top lane as well. Squidly. Bad day to be a Corki, as Kansha and Slice will find him as he was on his way to defend the bot lane.
Not an awful pick if you are side of Rich Gang. You're happy to get that one back in your favor, as well as this bot lane objective bounty on the tower. We'll have to see how this plays out from here. Dragon up in 2 minutes 15 seconds. That is the next big objective that we are looking at, with Herald in the inventory of Loki.
You've got to remember as well, though, what is at stake here? Winner of this series immediately locks their place in the winners' finals. You are saving yourself from a much more difficult road if you win here. Rich Gang would love to lock themselves in just 2 series wins to claim the title. If you lose here, not only have you got to play Lazy in Life, you got to play the winner of the series, then play whoever loses the winners finals that one of the teams will be in, and then potentially rematch against the people you lost to 3 series later. It is a much, much more difficult road, and many, many more games will need to be played to get there.
Certainly will, as you say. Winner of this series goes on to the winners final, winning that takes you to the grand final.
Man finds the angle. Kurosh Might be strong, but gets all caught up. Mirai will be able to do some damage towards the top side. Slice, however, gets taken down for his trouble. 2 for 1. He gets Squidly, but don't know how worth it that is, especially since Rift Herald gets dropped into mid lane here. Typical just has to stand at the tier 2. Knows that he can't do anything to defend it. The tier 1 and bot lane will drop as well to Uzol.
So hard to get anything done as a Rich Gang in this game state. You're only down 2,000 gold.
Mirai's really trying though.
Yeah, Mirai just trying to get whatever they can in these side lanes.
Can he get the tower down in time though? Ermin's here, but of course he doesn't clear
yes.
the way very quickly. I think so. Gets stunned up though. The Arcane Shift will be able to get him away. Squidly doesn't show up in time.
Unsure, found Loki.
Has been able to
Flash
find Loki.
away.
He flashes away though. MKL looking for the angle also. TP from Kurosh. Rich Gang really want to make sure they pick up their first Drake of the game. Don't want to give across Soul Point as Garden Gaming have in the past.
You say that, TP coming into mid lane from Squidly here. Looking to fight this Rich Gang, then pushed out of the river entirely.
Quite possibly in some trouble, although Ermin's getting absolutely blasted. It's Garden Gaming who find themselves at a disadvantage once again. Typical, however, in some trouble. Loki in even bigger trouble as he gets caught out. Typical will pick up one. Squidly trying to get away, does get followed by the Zenith Blade. He's able to put some good damage down, however. Uzol, tanky, beefy, but might be in some trouble. You're not going to be able to survive that against 4 members of Rich Gang. MKL has to flash out as well. It's a bit of a brawl, but Rich Gang come out on top, and they will claim their first victory.
It's in quite a nice situation as well. The gold lead now swung back in their favor. Rich Gang, they may lie down, but they don't lie down for long as they come back swinging, fighting, kicking, biting back at the Garden Gnomes.
Well, the Gnomes... They need to... I know that Garden Gnomes aren't allowed to move if people are nearby, but they might need to break this rule in this series, because if they don't, they are just going to be dropping it down. Rich Gang have now picked up that Drake. They will now be in the driver's seat. It's a minute until Baron spawns, and while Garden Gaming have good vision control over that area, that they don't really have the means to start a Baron right now.
No, it's not the fastest Baron in the world either. With Varus sitting on only 1 item, Corki sitting on only 1 item, and Brand sitting on only 1 item. On the flip side, Rich Gang. Their Baron's actually pretty fast. 2 items on Orianna, 2 items on Ezreal, nearly 2 items
They have
on
a Viego. I mean, granted, low-key on the Brand is going to be able to kill Baron pretty quickly, but yes, as you say, the rest of the team are a little bit behind the tempo because a vast majority of the gold for Garden Gaming is currently on Uzol, who is 3 levels up over typical, and we saw in the last fight how much that actually matters. He's nearly 3,000 gold up. It didn't really make a difference.
It's fine for the 1v1, but it's not so great for the team fights. You don't have the damage you need compared to the rest of your team.
Squidly gets caught on the top side. Slice will take him down. Baron is just about to spawn. It might be Rich Gang. Or it might be that Rich Gang can just pull the trigger. Uzol has no TP.
No, he does not. We can see. Looking at it.
Mirai.
Dance going on. It's not been started.
Men looking for the angle in will get the Celestial opposition knocked off. Loki. I think there's enough of a heads up from Garden Gaming that they aren't going to start it straight up. Although Slice still looking for the angles. The stun lands onto Loki. And if it wasn't Baron before, it will be in just a moment. Kansha does go down to MKL, but that's still 4 strong members of Rich Gang. With the jungler down, there's no smite fight to speak of. Rich Gang still trying to decide. Slice stood off to the side looking for the angle in, perhaps. Doesn't land the stun onto Uzol. Squidly is now here after respawning. 4 versus 4. Rich Gang will not go for the Baron. They're going to try and get some damage down on this tier 1 mid.
Well, no all out, no chain of corruption. Slice has found a way onto Ermin. Typical tanking up the tower going very low.
Goes low, but the tower is still falling here. Mirai is going to be able to do enough damage. Squidly was off to the side, not able to help. And Typical will drop. Arrow out of the blue from MKL will find his back.
That he will. Baron off the cards for now. We'll see what comes next.
We're looking towards now. I'm looking towards MKL now. He's got 2 items completed. He's 4-1. He's doing pretty darn well. He can continue on this trajectory. And of course, if Rich Gang are prevented from finding those big fights, which we have seen Garden Gaming are able to deny them, then he may be able, if he can get to a 3rd item, he may be able to take the game on his shoulders alongside Uzol, who is doing very well, but yeah, in these fights we've seen, isn't really tanky enough to fully sustain against all 5 members of Rich Gang.
No, certainly isn't. Does drop pretty darn quickly, I have to say. Despite being 2 items on this Cassante, does kind of just fall to the wayside there and then on the spot.
Baron still awaiting. Oh, MKL though. You can't get caught like that. Slice manages to get in, but MKL does not actually fall. Call the Forge God coming across. Typical. Trying to find its damage is Angle. Uzol gets caught as the damage from Mirai will be enough to pick it up. Kansha, however, drops to low key. MKL still alive, and with Slice down, Garden Gaming have the angle in. There's no shockwave. There's no Call the Forge God. There's no nothing really. It's all about how much poke damage can be put down by Rich Gang. Garden Gaming, they standing their ground right now. Instead, they're moving across to mid lane actually to try and stop the push from Mirai.
They are. Mirai moving back down towards this dragon. Loki getting a good bit of damage down, but Slice and Kansha back on the map now.
Can they take it down quickly enough? 7 seconds until Uzol respawns as well. TP up and available. Dragon has already been started off. Ermin and Squidly trying to keep them at arm's length. The bodies are coming forward though. Kansha has arrived. Slice has arrived. Drake does go down. MKL and the rest of Garden Gaming immediately are put to flight. They need to get out quickly though. Typical stepping in. Squidly dropping low. The burn damage coming through from low key, but they've been found out. Their escape was not clean. Kurosh and Slice able to take down low key. They do have to trade Typical for it, but that's now 35 seconds without a jungler on the map. Uzol pushing the waves down mid lane. Can Rich Gang step towards the Baron here? They've got this Cassante to worry about.
You can see all of them running up to it now, and they kill this extremely quickly. 2 items across the board on all 3 of these carries.
How does Garden Gaming get here in time? Uzol looking for the angle in right now. Of course, if he can find a good all-out onto Mirai, onto Slice, onto Kurosh, then this could still be playable. Ermin looking for the angle in. There's the TP coming out from Typical after having respawned. Uzol now going into the pit. Ermin trying to do the damage. The Baron has been secured. Kansha has been forced off to the side. Ermin will get mentored down as Squidly is trying to find the damage. He goes forward with the Valkyrie into the face of Kansha, and it's easy as that for Slice to pick up. Rich Gang will secure the Baron and some kills as well. Surely the play was just done.
Uzol tried to ult Slice out of the Baron pit. That Heartbreaker back over the wall. Suddenly Uzol is all outed, half health and out of the fight, and the rest of the team crumbles in the face of adversity that Rich Gang provide. Baron on all 5 members. They may be down 2 dragons. They're up 6 grubs. They've got Baron Nashor at their hands. They've got a 2,500 gold lead ready and waiting, and all it takes is 1 good engage, and this game could just be over.
I know, true both ways at this point, though. I feel like Garden Gaming are scary enough. Low-key is at 2.5 items. He is doing real damage. MKL, not quite at the 3rd item yet, but it looks like he'll be going towards a Wit's End on that 3rd item.
Or a Jack Show.
Or a Jack Show. Yeah, Terminus doesn't build out of Megatron,
No, it
does
doesn't.
I thought
It is Half-Pound Axe and Recode Bow.
Wait. You know what? Item components. It's like, ah yes, this item that gives resists has no resists in its cost.
Still doesn't innately give resists. It's just got the upset effect.
Yeah, I thought for a second there, and you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm not mad. Typical currently pushing in the mid lane. Squidly there to respond. Bjorn now moving across. Call the Forge God can come in at any time. Lemon has already melted down. Garden Gaming got to run away. Call the Forge God coming across. Low-key gets caught and taken down. Also, Kurosh will pick that up, and they are knocking on the base. They are eager to try and end the series. Will they be able to manage it? Mirai firing through. Kurosh getting that damage down also. The wave clear is not fantastic from Garden Gaming, and they can't deal with these range buffed supers or siege minions. They will
bear
keep
worth
blocking.
mentioning. It's the first game where mid inhib is not the first and only one to fall.
We like theming, and not going to be the case this game. Rich Gang have broken open the base at 27 minutes. Low-key dropping in that play. We're looking towards 90 seconds. Would be the Ocean Soul for the side of Garden Gaming. Baron is a bit of an afterthought at this point. 3 minutes until that respawns. The Baron timer, I think, should wear off of the members of Rich Gang before they can make another play. But it's safe to say that they got good value off of that.
Look at Kurosh.
Yeah, that's right.
Completed. Elixir of Sorcery inventory. He says one more fight in this game is done. The LDR completed for Mirai as well. Of the LDR, the last Whisper completed, as well as that Spirit of Shojin. Wit's End on Slice.
It's going to make good on that, though. Garden Gaming have shown they have the tenacity required to pull it out in rough situations, shall we say. They are 5k down. They are on the brink of being thrown down into the lower bracket. Can they pull something out to try and make it to a game 5? Call of the Forge God coming across. Loki has to flash, but he does survive for now. The wave will get pushed in as Rich Gang will relent. They know that 15 seconds until the Ocean Dragon comes up, and they can just wait for that. Right now, Garden Gaming stepping up on the mid-wave. Kansha looking for the angle, will get stunned up. Call the Forge God is not available. Solar Flare will do the work. Loki gets dropped once again. Typical is able to find some great work. Ermin can try and hold the line for a moment, but it's all on Uzol. It's all on MKL. Squiddly there as well. Mirai has been thrown though, and Uzol has done exactly what he needs to do. Finds the Quadra. It's now Kurosh versus the two carries. MKL dropping lower. Has the Jack Show empowered, though. Squidly finds the opportunity, but will he be able to take it down? Flashes forwards. Kurosh dropping low. Still survives and is able to hold on for Rich Gang. KL still thinking, still looking. But Kurosh is able to get out. The dragon is up and available. MKL shouldn't have too much trouble taking it down solo. It's going to be a little while until anyone comes back up, but Kurosh has the TP available. There is a control ward right there. Uzol coming out of the base. Ermin on his way as well. There is the TP. He's TPing right into the face of the Cassante as well, though. Typical here too. Call the Forge God not quite available just yet. Loki has arrived also. This will be Ocean Soul secured for Garden Gaming. Ermin will have to die for his trouble, but they will be able to get out. They will be able to survive, to live, to fight another day. Uzol is stuck on the bot lane, but looks like he's gone unnoticed. MKL needs to get out. Will have to use Chain of Corruption to do so. Typical and Slice still looking to try and find them. Squiddly is here. Try and play Bodyguard. Slice looking for the engage. Heartbreakers forwards, looking for MKL. The Solar Flare lands, but the follow-up damage is not there. Rich Gang have burnt a lot to try and find this. After losing the Ocean Soul, they have tried to find a way to end the game, but GG have held on. They are standing at the steps of their base to try and clear out those waves. Baron about to come up in 5.
Baron is exactly what they need. As you mentioned earlier, there's no real wave clear for Garden Gaming. This means their base just breaks. It's a quadra kill for Uzol, but nothing else to follow for now. It's the Ocean Soul secured as well. Elder, 5 minutes off. We could see that be what decides this game if this Baron does not do it. It's completely unaware inside of Garden Gaming. Get there now, but it's already dead.
I don't even know if it was unaware. I feel like they just have to know. Yeah, they're doing Baron here, but I think they were maybe hoping that it went down a little bit slower, perhaps, and that they could maybe try and flip it. Instead, though, they decide discretion, the better part of valor, and they're still in an okay spot. Again, as we saw in Game 2, the gold lead has not grown in the past few minutes, like since the Baron dropped off, since that inhibitor dropped in the bottom lane, the gold lead hasn't grown any further, despite kills being traded back and forth, despite gold being farmed.
See how long that sticks around for. See Rich Gang. This mid lane is their next prize.
Wave getting pushed in, of course. Clearing it is going to be a whole lot more difficult now that it's Baron empowered. Slice does get locked up. The follow-up's not quite there. Solar Flare comes through. Call the forward shot comes through. Loki is low. Ermin is again melted through. However, Slice looking for the back line, has the reset. He will not be able to find his target. Uzol, this giant threat, as he has been throughout the game. Kancha trying to go forwards, will get taken down by the Nexus Towers. Uzol is able to make it out. Loki goes golden and survives. Typical will fall also. Squidly looking for Mirai. He is going to be able to get out with the flash, with the barrier. But Uzol, the TP, has found him off the side. He's now got Slice in his sights also. The Viego needs to get away. Kurosh is looking to try and save him. There's not another TP. There is another TP, but Squidly is pushing it towards the top lane. They want to clear out the waves as best they can. Uzol has been left kind of alone, though, trying to chase down. Now Loki and MKL show up. Going to try and put the damage down onto Slice. The Viego is going to get pulled back. He's healing up pretty well, but as the shockwave comes through, can he take down Uzol? Kurosh is able to do it, and they're going to keep on running forwards. Ermin is here to try and make something happen, but Slice takes down MKL, and this huge Baron-empowered wave continues to be shoved in by Rich Gang. Squidly gets to push in the top lane a little bit, but he's not there when he's needed most. Loki dropping down also, has to flash away. Kurosh is going to keep him on notice as they try to keep pushing it in. Typical TPs onto the play, and Garden Gaming are flailing to try and make it happen. Kurosh
found Loki. Loki can't reset.
Looking for the TP. Loki drops. Kanche will take that one down as the Nexus turrets are falling. Ermin is but meat to the fire. Squidly, you've got to do a lot, and for a fourth game, it's a mid laner stood unable to defend, and Rich Gang in 4 games will be able to take it down and claim a spot in the winners finals.
Kurosh and Slice single-handedly saving the game off the back of that final play. In a 2 versus 4 scenario, they take 3 down and push it to the end.
And there's got to have been some kind of like major miscommunication, because Uzol was trying to chase down and MKL and Loki were leaving. Squidly TP top lane. I feel like Uzol, if he just calls off the play there, the game continues, but they find the turnaround. They kill this super fed Cassante, and it means that Slice is able to turn it onto the remaining members, close out the game and the series. GG, Rich Gang.
A pixel perfect shockwave, just Kurosh. We spoke about these 2 players at the start of the series, right? Kurosh and Slice, the big players to watch for Rich Gang. And they may call themselves gangsters. But in this game, in this series, they showed they were truly the Mafia because they had an iron grip over the Rift for every single game.
And they had a fantastic showing of it. Just want to double check production. Do we want a quick break while we set up the interview? Yes, okay. We are going to have a break, but when we come back, we are going to have Zealous, coach of Rich Gang, with us for a little interview. So stick around a couple more minutes. We'll be back with that very soon. as promised, we are back for the interview with Zealous, coach of Rich Gang. I mean, how many heart palpitations did that series cause you to have?
I mean, I something was clinched throughout the entire series, like, and luckily we made it through. But it wasn't. I was desperately nervous at some points, but we made it through, and that's what matters, you know.
Tell us about the Zed. What is it with the Zed and this team? Because you're the only ones who have pulled that Zed all split long, and we saw 2 games. We saw Kurosh and Slice play it.
I mean, like, we were sitting both when we went at mid, like thinking, does he know? And then we went at second round, and we were thinking, does he know? When they started still banning mid laners. I don't think it was a secret before if you follow our players what they do, but outside of that, like,
We saw it in the regular season.
yeah, exactly. Like, it's if analysts need to work harder, I think, versus us. But outside of that, it's like it's just really good. It's really stable. People are generally just playing the same 3-4 champions, and it's really not hard to try and think what works into those champions, especially in jungle.
Yeah, it's all about breaking the meta in certain situations, especially when we are just seeing a lot of the same stuff, the Lilias, the brands, that kind of thing coming through. If you can find a way to break through them without completely ruining the rest of the composition, why not go with it? And it did look good up until that one fight. And I have to ask, I have a feeling you knew this was coming. What went wrong in that one fight? What are you going to go back to the lads and say went wrong in that one fight?
I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna beat their ass, but verbally, I'm not gonna clap them on the shoulder. We definitely had some VOD review shit to do after that, but so be it. I mean, as I said, we made it through, and that's what matters right now. And now it's just about focusing on the next, and like not focusing on what we did wrong, but what we can do better. That's always the approach.
Speaking of the next, obviously that locks you into winners finals. You've got a whole lot of matches to watch now of all of your potential opponents. Based on like your regular season reads, is there anyone that you're expecting to be a front runner of coming to, well, obviously of Unique 42 initially, and then potentially down the line, be it grand finals? Anyone you expecting to make a deep run?
I mean, I think in my personal opinion, even though like we are a team that when we lose to ourselves. I think we are bar for bar, player for player, the 5 best players in every single role in the league right now. I think that's not a controversial statement to make. It's all about us playing together as a team. I trust my players, they trust each other. The only team that I see where we might have some competition, both individually and team-wise, is Unique. But I think even versus those guys, if we have a good day and they have a good day, I think we're still the better team.
Yeah, I mean, that actually kind of quite nicely leads on to my next question of who do you think you are going to be facing in that winners final between Unique and 42 to
Me,
go on
kind of a
to that
leading
grand final?
question.
Yeah, I mean, I think Unique are just head and shoulders above 42. I think it's just about who do we face, who do we beat. Next time 3-0, this time 3-1. It's just a warm up. We start getting started in the playoff, getting used to the BO5s, and then it's just, we open it, we close it, and then it's you guys get an early evening to leave from your casting.
So, I mean, obviously, we've seen the Zed. Is the toolbox, is that the only surprise you have? Obviously, I'm not going to pressure you for any individual things, but can we expect more craziness if the situation calls for it?
I mean, it's funny you said toolbox. We're more like a tool shed. There's not enough space for all the things we have. Like, I think people are gonna be shocked. We definitely have some spicy things for some of the meta champions right now, and we'll see if those become relevant. If not, then they'll just stay and be fun in in our scrims and stay there.
Good
Maybe.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited personally to see just how the rest of the playoffs bracket plays out for you guys, especially after how really, really banger this series was. I'll be honest, it was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah,
Very
we're
good fun.
confident
And
team.
of course, we look forward to seeing Rich Gang in the winners finals next week, I believe. I mean, yes,
The
almost certainly will be.
14th. So yes.
There you go. Thank you for that, Luna. Before we let you go, though, Zealous, is there anything or anyone outside of your team? Obviously, you can shout at your boys forever, but is there anyone outside of the Rift that you want to, say a little hi to?
I mean, I want to give a shout out to the fallen heroes of my my lovely boys Fastlegged and Bart Haldy, who didn't make it thus far in the NLC, but had them last year in the UKL. I know you remember that, Luna. So shout out to
I
them
was there
for not
too.
making it. You were there too as well. That's
Wow.
true. That's true.
There too.
Sorry.
Wow, so rude.
I do remember
You were
them.
Y'all
to my heart.
remember them. I just remember there was some opinions on those boys, but yeah, you were there too. Shout out.
Of course, of course, Luna had some opinions. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised.
I always
Yeah.
have opinions. Come on.
I know,
So
right?
be it. And
Anyway.
07 to my boys. 07.
Nice. Thanks very much, Zealous, for coming for the interview. We'll let you go now so we can close out the day.
Thank you.
All right. So, first playoff series in the books. We got another one coming up tomorrow. The aforementioned Unique Esports Club versus 42 Gaming. Same time, same place. Stay tuned for that one. Any final thoughts, Drew?
I think we're just getting started. I think this whole playoff bracket is going to be banger. Unique 42, Garden Gaming, Lazy in Life, Fourth Wall versus the loser of Unique 42, immediately into Rich Gang versus the winner. It's gonna be a day. It's gonna be a week. It's gonna be a playoffs bracket. I'm excited. Y'all should be too. It's not gonna be something you want to miss.
Absolutely not. So, that being said, we'll see you tomorrow for that 42 Unique series. I've been Brackish Brit. That's been Luna. Shout outs, as always, to Cadbury for the production. And we will see you tomorrow. Catch you there.